Chapter 356. Actually, even without Jianghu's message, the Golden Horn God clan's warriors who were heading to the other mansions had already changed their direction and headed to the God City. Not to mention the Golden Horn God clan, all the God-level experts on the continent had sensed the appearance of that huge face. They had released their divine senses at once and sensed the shocking scene that had happened in the God City. That beautiful giant face was created by the heaven and earth energy. Not to mention the God realm experts of the continent, all the Emperor realm experts had sensed the tremendous fluctuation of heaven and earth energy. However, they didn't know what had happened. However, all the deity-level experts could clearly sense that beautiful huge face, that sparkling and translucent large palm, as well as that astonishing large palm imprint. Lord Devour had taken action. He didn't show himself but instead used the vital energy of heaven and earth to form a giant, beautiful face. But he had successfully stunned all of the top-tier experts on the continent, and killed one of the most powerful divine generals in the world with a single palm strike. Although she couldn't completely solve the catastrophe that the Golden Horn God clan had brought to the continent, she had at least brought hope to the people of the continent. Although this hope was tiny, there was still hope, wasn't there? Almost 1,000 sacred realm experts of the Golden Horn God clan were formidable, but they could at least try their best. However, the God General who had survived, the 4 peak Heavenly God realm experts, and more than 10 Heavenly God realm experts were the fatal factors that could destroy the continent. If those God realm experts took action, the continent would fall into a desperate situation that couldn't be reversed. The Golden Horn God clan's warriors who were heading to the drifting snow city suddenly changed their direction, flying towards the God City. The House of Ares had temporarily solved the crisis. The Heavenly God realm experts returned to their families and started to prepare for a tough battle. They were ready to welcome the Golden Horn God clan's warriors. At the same time, all the families in the House of Ares had carried out the seed plan. They began to disperse the younger generation of their families, sending the most outstanding ones to somewhere else in secret to prevent their families from being destroyed and their seeds from being extinguished. At this moment, the entire continent was shrouded in the deadly threat of the Golden Horn God clan. However, there were 2 absolutely safe places. One was the place that many warriors of the continent knew about, the Dark Forest. Lord Devour had given 2 conditions in the God City. One was that the Golden Horn God clan wasn't allowed to enter the Dark Forest. Therefore, the Dark Forest was absolutely safe. There was another place that very few people knew about. However, the 5 great clans of the House of Ares as well as other clans with sages, all knew about it, Purple Island. The Purple Island could be said to be the safest place on the continent. That was because humans were forbidden from killing each other. Otherwise, they would be killed by the restrictive spells of the Violet Island, regardless of who they were. There were several carriages in West Wind City. Feng Zi and a group of disciples were sitting inside, but they did not head towards the East Sea. Instead, they headed towards the south. Several carriages also came out from Luohua City, Dragon City, Floating Snow City, and Xiaoyao City. Huaji, Long Sainan, Long Shuilu, and the elites of the various clans all sat on the carriages. Their destination was the same, the Tsang City in the south. The big families understood that it was highly possible that they could not enter the Dark Forest. That year, Lord Devour had announced that any human warrior who entered without permission would be killed. Moreover, the Purple Island was far away in the East Sea, and there was still a long distance between it and the hidden island. At this moment, it was impossible for the clans to specially send out their sages to escort them. Thus, the families thought of the 3rd safest place on the continent, Tsang City, because Tsang City had Yi Qinghan. The others didn't know, but the big families had received the news. Yi Ruoshui had brought Yi Qinghan to the Dark Castle, and Lord Devour had finally taken action. Moreover, Lord Devour had said in the Divine City that a young friend had asked for his help. All of these proved that Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had a close relationship. Then Yi Qinghan's place, Tsang City, was the 3rd safest place on the continent. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the young masters and young mistresses of the various clans were heading to Tsang City. In fact, he had just returned to Tsang City. After Yi Ruoshui had told him not to leave Tsang City, she had teleported away. There were many things waiting for him to manage and arrange. As soon as Yi Qinghan returned to Tsang City, he returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion. He didn't mind the charming smiles of the 8-door gods, directly entering the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. Brother? Little Han. Qing Han. In the hall, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting around Yu Qingqing, comforting her. However, the 3 of them were looking at the door from time to time. Apparently, they were waiting for Yi Qinghan's return. I'm sorry, Qingqing, Xiaowu and Xiaoyu. I owe you a grand wedding. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He waved his hand at Cui Hua, who was about to greet them. Then he said seriously, Qingqing, don't be too sad. I will take revenge for you. Xiaoyu Qingwu, take care of Qingqing. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. We'll talk about everything after that. Alright. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu knew that the situation was very serious. They didn't say much, nodding. Yu Qingqing forced a smile at Yi Qinghan with her red eyes, not saying anything. Qingqing, I'm going. Remember, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Yi Qinghan leaned over and hugged Yu Qingqing. He caressed her hair and comforted her. Then he went to the second floor. Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan's back. She felt a lump in her throat, but she didn't cry. Instead, she turned around and comforted Yu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, it's not that brother doesn't care about you. He just wants to cultivate and increase his strength to deal with the crisis ahead. I know. You don't have to say anything. I understand everything. Yu Qingqing held their hands. At the same time, she stopped Yi Qingwu from comforting her. She bit her lips and didn't say anything. Little Han, just now Lord Devour helped you. In God City. As soon as they entered the carefree pavilion, old Lu sent a message to Yi Qinghan. When Yi Ruoxue was next to him, he didn't send a message. But now, of course, he told Yi Qinghan everything that had happened in God City. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He was astounded by Lord Devour's speed, power, and means. He regretted that he couldn't see such a grand scene with his own eyes. Big brother, why didn't Andy help you kill all those devils? What kind of condition did she give you? No, I have to beg her again. Xiaohei was a little anxious. In the dark castle, she thought that Lord Devour had agreed to help Yi Qinghan. That was why she didn't show up. Moreover, she didn't have anything to talk to this cold aunt. She didn't want to face her. No need. Lord Devour said that in the dark castle. She said that she would help, but she didn't say that she would kill them all. It's already good enough. I guess she has her own difficulties. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sent a message to Lord Devour. Lord Devour also said that she didn't want to provoke the crippled emperor. But now, to do him a favor, she broke the rule and helped. What else could he do? Then forget it. If I have no other choice, I will risk my life to beg her to help me. Big brother, what are you going to do next? Xiaohei sighed. Although the message was clear, she wasn't sure. After all, after several encounters with Lord Devour, she was a very old-fashioned and stubborn person. Even if Xiaohei went to beg her, Xiaohei would be put under house arrest. What should I do? A strange light sparkled in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He revealed a cruel smile and said faintly, I don't care about anything now. I just need to cultivate my battle chi. After I reach the triple body fusion realm, I will be able to protect myself in front of the sacred realm experts of the Golden Horn God clan. I will try my best to understand the mysterious mysteries of space movement. Once I succeed, I will break through to the sacred realm. Even 1,000 members of the Golden Horn God clan aren't enough for me to kill. Chapter 357. Yi Qinghan didn't continue chatting with Xiaohei and Elder Lu. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to hide his strength to prevent the sudden increase of his strength from shaking the continent and arousing the suspicion of the god-slaying guards. At the same time, he wanted to guard against Yi Jian. Now that the continent was in chaos, he might lose his life. Why would he hide his strength? He had to increase his cultivation base to save his life. There were two flows of pure energy in his body. One was from the godly skin, and the other was from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body. He had been suppressing this energy and didn't refine it. But now he couldn't care so much. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion to refine all the energy in his body and turn it into battle chi. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan calmed his mind and started to cultivate his battle chi. 3 days later, the battle god Manor's Golden Horn celestial race was the first to arrive above the divine city, followed by the Golden Horn barbarian race that was heading towards the demon race and barbarian race. 5 days later, the celestial race that was heading towards the hidden island had also arrived. Lord Devour gave Jianghu 2 conditions which made him feel at ease. Since Lord Devour had spoken, as long as he didn't violate the 2 conditions, Lord Devour wouldn't care about this matter. It was clear that the big shots had their own dignity. They wouldn't change their words. Since Lord Devour didn't care, this matter was easy to handle. He used his soul consciousness to check the entire continent. After confirming that there wasn't a second Lord Devour, he was relieved. This meant conquering the Fire Dragon continent, obtaining the godly sword, and completing the task his father had given him was just a matter of time. Time? The God tribe didn't lack time. A few years? Dozens of years? To them it wasn't much different than 1 or 2 days. That year, the Golden Horn God tribe had spent hundreds of thousands of years to conquer the Golden Horn Mansion. Thus he wasn't in a hurry. He was going to enjoy this game and make it more exciting. Nearly 1,000 martial sage experts of the Golden Horn God tribe were in an orderly formation, ready to move out. Their faces were solemn and their fighting spirits were high. They were waiting for his order to flatten the God City in front of them. Baldy and blind, I'm going to ask you one last time. Surrender? Jianghu teleported and appeared in front of the group. He flipped his hair and coldly looked at the bald man in the blue light shield. He waved his hand and arrogantly said, Golden Horn Devil Clan, you will pay for the crimes you've committed today sooner or later. I, a disciple of the double-eyed Nether clan, will slaughter. I refuse to surrender. The twin-eyed Netherworld race would rather die than surrender. Tu's face was cold and his eyes were shining with red light. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted. He was also a disciple of an ancient clan in the God world, and he had his own pride. Moreover, didn't Lord Devour say that? As long as he didn't make a move, the Golden Horn God race wouldn't be able to deal with the native God race opponents. Hence he was a little unbridled. Moreover, he wanted to see how Jianghu was going to break his God array with these 1,000 martial saints. Since that's the case, let's fight. Children, flatten that mountain for me. A playful look flashed in Jianghu's eyes. He laughed wildly and waved his hand, pointing his sword at the divine city. Kill! Nearly 1,000 peak martial saints of the Golden Horn God clan shouted together. Like a herd of wild bulls, their auras shot up to the sky, dashing towards the divine city. Each of the Golden Horn God clan's members had black flames spurting out unceasingly, covering the entire sky and earth. The scene was extremely shocking. Numerous residents of the divine city found that the sky had darkened. The blue light shield above the entire divine city was filled with devils shrouded in black flames. The black horns on these devils' heads had become longer and thicker. Their horns glowed in black light, and they were like mad black bulls, continuously hitting the blue light shield. At the same time, the black flames on their bodies covered the blue light shield, consuming its energy. Instantly, the light shield dimmed as if it was about to be broken. God Lord, what should we do? The 4 guards of the divine city wore a bitter face, as if they had just lost their fathers. The God Lord didn't need to do anything when the light shield was broken. However, the martial saints didn't have such a privilege. Although the 4 of them had the joint attack technique, they weren't afraid of any peak martial saints. However, their opponents were nearly 1,000 peak martial saints. If the light shield was broken, wouldn't they be dismembered? What are you panicking for? Useless things. The God Lord looked at the massacre God guards coldly. With a shake of his left hand, countless black stones flew out towards the 4 guards of the divine city. He then said indifferently, place all these divine stones at the foot of the 7 stars absolute killing formation. I want to see if they have more elemental energy or I have more divine stones. The 4 guards of the divine city were overjoyed. They received the divine stones in the air and flew around. After a while, the blue light shield suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, and the blue glow on the light shield became stronger again. Young master, that Baldy wants to fight a war of attrition with us? The dozen God rank experts beside Jianghu quickly reported the situation. Ah, this Baldy is quite wealthy? I wonder how an overlord like him could get so many divine stones? Even an ordinary God general wouldn't be able to build this 7 stars absolute killing formation. Alright, pass down my orders. Set up camp. Half of the children will rest and the other half will continue to attack. This fool wants to fight a war of attrition with me? Ah. Jianghu let out a long laugh and directly flew towards the ground. The deity-level Golden Horn God clan members beside him hurriedly followed after him. Countless people took out countless items from their spatial rings and summoned back half of the saint-level Golden Horn God clan members to set up camp. After a short while, countless tents were set up, and a long war of attrition had begun. However, one side was exhausting a limited number of divine stones, while the other side was exhausting the inexhaustible elemental energy of heaven and earth. The divine city was bustling, and the house of Ares was also bustling. As there wasn't any danger temporarily, all the God rank and saint rank experts of the house of Ares were gathered in the Dragon City. They held a meeting of the highest level in the house of Ares to discuss the upcoming war of extermination. I suggest that all the experts of the house of Ares gather in one place to deal with the invasion of the strange races. The eldest of the 3 war gods, Jianghu, was the strongest. He was the first to speak. I agree. The house of Ares has more than 100 saint rank experts. They are a force to be reckoned with. After the strange races take over the divine city, they will definitely be exhausted. The House of Aries should be able to hold them off. We can discuss other matters at length. Yi Ruoxue nodded. Her 2 white eyebrows twitched. She thought for a while and felt that this was the best plan. I feel that we can send a messenger? Can we go and negotiate with the Golden Horn God race? Don't they want the divine sword? If we hand over all our god generals, they won't kill indiscriminately, right? Old ancestor Shui furrowed his brows and suggested. Why don't we send you to negotiate with them? Yu Shishue snorted coldly and said unhappily, that Baldy from the divine city said so many good things and lowered his stance. What happened in the end? These strange races are simply ruthless and unreasonable. I feel that we should start a war. Beat them up, then we can negotiate. Everything will be fine then. The Feng family agrees to start a war. The ancestors of our 5 great families are the Wind Lord, Flower Empress, Snow General, Moon Queen, and Night Emperor. In the first world-destroying war, did they ever submit to the pressure of a divine master? You want me to negotiate? Surrender? I would rather die in battle. The Feng family patriarch carried a huge purple sword on his back. His eyebrows were raised and he looked very righteous. Start a war. The Hua family patriarch didn't waste any time. He immediately said these 2 words, expressing his determination. Seconded. Let's start a war. Why is the House of Aries called the House of Aries? Because we only die standing, not dogs that kneel and die. Seconded. After a round of voting, the final decision was to start a war. After a fight to the death, whether they would fight or negotiate would depend on the attitude of the Golden Horn God race. Jian Huang made the final decision. All right, this issue has been decided. Let's start a war. Let's talk after we fight. Then, where should we start the war? Dragon City? Floating Snow City? Song City? There was no longer any debate on this issue. Several sages spoke at the same time. Almost all the experts looked at the representative of the Yi family, Yi Ruoxue. All right, let's start at Song City. Yi Ruoxue suddenly stood up. Her 2 white eyebrows were raised, like 2 sharp swords being unsheathed. Chapter 358. Why did everyone choose to fight in Song City? It was still the same reason. They hoped that at the last moment, if they really couldn't win, Lord Devour would think of Yi Qinghan and his miraculous battle beast and lend them a hand, even if it was just to stop the outsiders from slaughtering them. After the 2 most important issues were decided, the remaining issues were simple. They were just small issues like logistics, materials, and scheduling. By the time the last round of the meeting was over, it was already late at night. That night, countless carriages drove out of Dragon City, carrying the decree from the House of Aries and the 3rd War God Blood decree that had just been issued. They all headed towards different parts of the continent. Yi Ruoxue, Yu Shishue, and the 3rd War God Spear Emperor directly teleported to Song City. Yi Ruoxue went back to make arrangements, while Yu Shishue and the War God Spear Emperor went outside Song City to set up a large array. The moment Yi Ruoxue returned, the entire Yi family castle held a meeting of the Elders' Hall. Other than Yi Qinghan, who was in seclusion, all the other elders and grand elders came. The meeting didn't last long before the Yi family castle's gates opened. Countless elders rushed out, and the entire Song City became lively. The elders gave the highest order to the House of Aries. All the residents of Song City were to leave the city and head towards Dragon City. Song City became a wartime zone. All non-emperor level martial artists had to leave Song City overnight, or else they would be thrown into Song City's prison. Yu Shishue specialized in the soul, while the War God Spear Emperor specialized in arrays. They had brought many array materials from Dragon City. The 2 of them prepared to set up a large array outside Song City to assist in the battle. Of course, the array they set up couldn't be like the Divine City's 7-star Absolute Kill Array, which could completely stop the Golden Horn race's attack. The 2 of them prepared to set up a bewitching illusion. It might be useless against the Divine Realm Golden Horn race, but it would probably be useful against the Sacred Realm. The Wind Purple Flower hadn't arrived yet, but Long Sainan and Long Shui had already reached Song City. Long Sainan didn't care about other people's opinions and directly moved into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Long Sainan's expression was complicated as she looked at the Chilling Heart Pavilion's beautiful trees and the fragrant green Zen wood. Under the warm hospitality of the 3 women, Long Sainan looked at ease and settled down. But in her heart, she was very nervous because she didn't see Yi Qinghan. She didn't know if Yi Qinghan would feel that she was being rude after he came out of seclusion. I don't care anymore. I don't care if you hate me or hate me. I'm here, Long Sainan thought. She fell into a deep sleep, no longer feeling conflicted. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what was happening outside, and he didn't know that a woman with a heroic aura had moved into his house. He was constantly refining the energy in his incarnation. He had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Luotian mountain. Ever since he came back, he had spent a lot of time cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion. The spiritual qi in the Carefree Pavilion was 10 times denser than the heaven-earth essence qi outside. Therefore, after cultivating for so long, Yi Qinghan's battle force had improved a little. It was close to the second level of the Emperor realm. During the time he was in seclusion, he first refined the remnant energy from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body. This energy was very pure, even purer than the energy that escaped from the dragon crystal on Nether Island. Therefore Yi Qinghan was able to refine it easily. His battle chi cultivation rose rapidly and he gained another level of battle chi cultivation. His battle chi strength was close to the third level of Emperor realm. He didn't rest or go out to check the situation. Yi Qinghan continued to refine the energy from the divine beast skin in the barbaric mountain range. He was very confident that if he successfully refined this energy, he would definitely reach the peak of the Emperor realm. After all, this energy was many times stronger than the energy he refined at the beginning. Time was very tight and he urgently needed to increase his strength. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy, he could at least protect himself. He started to regret that he didn't use all his time and effort to increase his strength. How good would it be if he could reach the Sage Realm now? After merging with the Battle Beast, his strength would reach the peak of the Sage Realm. He would be able to easily kill these 1,000 Golden Horn Holy Race members. However, he also knew that this was a little unrealistic. Battle Force was easy to cultivate. Large amounts of spiritual herbs and fruits, or the pure energy contained in the spiritual items he refined, could allow his battle force to increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, it was useless just to increase his battle force. If he didn't successfully comprehend the laws of heaven and earth wouldn't recognize him. In the end he would still be immortal. He couldn't become a sage, let alone a god. The House of Ares was very lively. The monster race, barbarian race, and Hidden Island obviously couldn't calm down. The Golden Horn God clan had come with an imposing manner. No one could say for sure, and no one could guarantee which clan would be the first to be annihilated in this world-ending war. At this moment, the 3 prefectures, 1 island and 1 city were like 4 helpless girls, while the barbaric and cruel Golden Horn God clan was like a strange uncle who had gone berserk. The Fire Dragon Plain was in the wilderness, and the iron laws of the divine world couldn't be used here. This situation was like rape. Since they couldn't resist, they might as well enjoy it. Sky Demon City welcomed the demon god that hadn't appeared for almost 1,000 years. He directly took control of Sky Demon City. With the demon god's order, all the warriors above the Demon Emperor level gathered in Sky Demon City, ready to enjoy the Golden Horn Holy Race's invasion. Heaven Barbarian City was a little simpler. The leader of the barbarian race gave the order, and the barbarian emperors and barbarian saints swarmed over to resist the enemy. Hidden Island was even simpler. It was only the size of a butt. Within a day, all the strong warriors gathered on the Hidden Island's sacred mountain. The bandits and hooligans of the Hidden Island even made an anti-rape slogan. The invading Golden Horn Holy Race failed to rape and be F***ked. Actually, the Baldy in the God City also wanted to say this slogan at the beginning. However, after a few days he felt that he didn't have the strength to do it even though he wanted to. Indeed, he had a lot of divine stones. Even a normal god general couldn't compare to his wealth. However, what could he do? Compete in consumption? He consumed divine stones, but the Golden Horn Holy Race consumed an inexhaustible amount of heaven and earth yuan qi. Looking at the god general's appearance, it seemed like he was prepared to stay in the Fire Dragon continent for a few decades. He wasn't afraid of being discovered by the God Realm's law enforcement team and implicating his father. It seemed like he was too naive. The crippled emperor was considered one of the big shots in the floating mist continent. He had the ability to hide such a small matter. After a few days, God Master 2 rubbed his big bald head for a long time. His black and red eyes also flickered for a long time. He made his decision. He gathered the 4 guards of the God City for a secret meeting. After that, he sat alone in the study room of the God Lord Pavilion and read a book. We surrender. The 4 guards of the God City raised the white flag high and directly flew into the sky. They shouted loudly through the dim blue light barrier. This shout was indeed effective. All the Golden Horn Holy Race members stopped their attacks. Jin Qi, who was taking a nap in the tent, was invited up. Jin Qi laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with the respectful gazes of the 4 guards of the God City. He flicked his long hair and touched the two golden curved horns on his head. He smiled and said, "We can surrender. Open the barrier and I will spare the four of you." After several days of fighting, Jianghu saw that his clansmen were exhausted. Since someone had surrendered, it was easy to deal with them. "Lord, can you spare our clansmen and not kill them?" The God Massacre Guard looked at Jianghu's gloomy eyes and shrunk his head. "Sure. Children, listen up. After entering the city, you are not allowed to kill wantonly. The four of you, why aren't you opening the barrier?" Jianghu was actually very easy to talk to this time. He actually gave the order in front of everyone. The four guards of the God City were overjoyed. They quickly flew away and pulled out all the divine stones in the formation. The 7-star absolute killing formation that had protected millions of citizens of the God City was finally broken from the inside. "Kaka, children, let's enter the city." Jianghu took the lead and directly teleported to the top of the God Lord Pavilion. The Golden Horn Holy Race members behind him all shouted loudly and rushed into the God City. They collectively flew to the plaza in front of the God Lord Pavilion and waited for Jianghu's orders. "Kaka, children, you have worked hard. Now I order you to disperse and search for the divine swords. Search for all the rare items that can be exchanged for divine stones in the God world. Kill anyone who obstructs you. Kill anyone you don't like. Pretty girls, play with me. I hope that you will enjoy your trip to the Flame Dragon City." "Ah." Jianghu laughed crazily. The Qilin tattoo on his face kept moving. He was as excited as his master. After giving his orders, he led the four-peak stage heavenly gods and slowly flew into the God Lord Pavilion. Looking at the situation, he seemed to want to have a good chat with that stubborn bald blind man. Chapter 359. Divine Master 2 had a shiny bald head as he sat quietly in front of the window, reading a book with a serene expression. Outside the Divine Master Pavilion, the lustful laughter of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members, the screams of the girls, and the screams of the citizens didn't affect him at all. At this moment, he was like an enlightened monk who had a transcendent feeling of watching the flowers bloom and wither. Jianghu swayed his black hair and stroked his golden horn as he walked in casually. He looked at the bald man sitting alone in front of the window and his lips curled into a smile. "Damn Baldy, why didn't you kneel down and greet our young master?" Divine Master 2 and Jianghu didn't move, but the four-peak stage heavenly gods couldn't hold it in any longer. Their faces darkened as they cursed. "I didn't surrender and I'm not your prisoner. Why should I kneel down? Your Golden Horn Holy Tribe is an ancient holy tribe, but our double-pupil Nether tribe isn't? Hee, if you don't like me you can kill me." Divine Master 2 didn't turn around as he flipped a page and said calmly, "How dare you? Are you really courting death?" Divine Master 2's casual tone revealed a tinge of disdain and recklessness. The peak stage heavenly god was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He raised his hand and was about to slap down. "F***CKU. You idiot." Divine Master 2 didn't say anything, but Jianghu knocked the peak heavenly god's head hard and started swearing. After knocking, he revealed a faint smile as he pulled a chair beside him and sat down leisurely. He tilted his head and stroked the golden horn on his head. He smiled and said, calm down, understand? Look at you guys. You're all peak stage heavenly gods like this damn Baldy, but why are your auras so different? Is the law of heaven and earth that you guys have comprehended fake? I've always told you that an expert must have the aura of an expert and have poise. Understand? You're right, young master. We can't catch up to young master's temperament. We still have to work hard to learn. Young master's demeanor? The few peak heavenly gods immediately bowed and smiled charmingly. Their flattery were endless. Come on, you've been saying this for tens of thousands of years. Can't you change it to something new? Grinning, Jianghu stuck out a finger and played with his ear for a while. He didn't look very happy but looked at Almighty Butcher, who was still sitting by the window, with great interest. Suddenly he smiled evilly and said, Jianghu, go out and find me a few Marshall Saint children. They have to be strong and big. Big? Mine is very big. Jianghu blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He shook his lower body, indicating that he was doing it right. Scram. Fuck off. If you're still not going, I'll chop up your thing and feed it to the dogs. Jianghu's foot flew out and directly kicked Jianghu's lower body as he cursed. Ugh. Jianghu felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Seeing that Jianghu was angry, he quickly covered his lower body and hopped away. Not long after, he brought 5 extremely strong holy-level Golden Horn God tribe members in. Greetings, young master. The 5 members of the Golden Horn God race looked excited. Their clothes were messy. It seemed that they had been showing off the power of their great golden horn god race to the girls of the god city. Kiki. When Jianghu saw them enter, he got excited. Both of his hands were stroking the two golden horns on his head. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Master God Tuesday. With a sinister smile, he shouted, "The 5 of you, tie him up for me." Tie him up. The 5 golden horn god race members were puzzled. You have so many god rank experts. Why do I need to tie him up? That's a peak heavenly god. If I'm not careful, I might kill them instantly. Idiot, we can't make the first move. You are martial saints, so you can do it. He won't dare to make a move. If he dares to retaliate, I will have a reason to make a move. Do you understand? Jianghu scolded angrily. He instructed the few martial saints to press Master God 2 down. He stood up and walked over. Looking at Master God 2's furious expression, he laughed sinisterly. "Big Baldy, don't resist. Otherwise, I will have a reason to make a move. I will kill you instantly." Ah. What are you trying to do? Just kill me directly. Master God 2 had a bad premonition. His back felt so chilly as if the winter wind had just blown over. I'm not going to do anything. If you don't resist, I won't kill you. But if you dare to attack me, I will kill you instantly. I didn't violate that woman's 2 rules. Ah. Jianghu's smile suddenly turned ferocious. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at Master God 2 and yelled, "Take off his spatial ring and clothes. 5 of you take turns to burst his chrysanthemum." Wow, this is so exciting. Apparently Jianghu was stimulated by Lord Devour. Perhaps he had molested a lot of young men in the divine world. The Golden Horn God clan was famous for their perversion. At this moment, it was obvious that he wanted to do something to the great fire dragon overlord, which wasn't suitable for children. ****. Let go of me. Don't. I'm begging you. I can't do that. Lord God 2's face was flushed. He was embarrassed, sorrowful, and indignant. He was twisting his body with all his might to resist. However, it was strange that he didn't use his god power. How could he resist 5 strong warriors of the Golden Horn God clan? It was unknown if he was afraid of death or if he just wanted to endure the humiliation. Or, since he couldn't resist, he wanted to enjoy it? Ah, come here and see this Baldy's face. TSK. So exciting. Ah, damn it. Why does it look like he's enjoying it more? Jianghu continued to sit on the chair as he used his divine power to erase the presence of his soul in Master God 2's spatial ring. He searched through all the items in the ring while admiring the hand-to-hand combat in the study with satisfaction. However, after watching for a while, he felt bored. ****. Damn it. None of the dozens of divine swords are real. You guys treat him well. Don't kill him. Jianghu, you stay here to watch. If that damn Baldy does anything strange, send me a message. The others follow me. We're gonna have a good talk with the girls of the Fire Dragon Plain. Jianghu smashed all the fake divine swords in the spatial ring. Of course, he still left the divine stones and treasures inside. This time his father, the Blood King, had expended a lot. He had decided to conquer the Fire Dragon Plain and collect all the treasures and rare items to make up for his losses. Of course, the first task was to find the divine swords. 10 days later, the Golden Horn God clan turned the God City upside down. They killed tens of thousands of rebels and took away all the treasures and rare items in the God City. They only left behind a city's bodily fluids and seeds. Amidst the cries, curses of the tens of thousands of girls, and the murderous gazes of the 4 god-slaying guards, they flew away with a satisfied smile. They went to their next stop, the demon god residence. All of you are beasts and demons. I curse all of you to die a horrible death. You won't be able to have orgasms for the rest of your lives. The god-slaying guard's eyes were filled with tears and he was very agitated. Of course he wasn't violated. Jianghu's words were true. The 4 of them were safe and sound. However, their clansmen were. Oh no. How's the Master God? The god-slaying guard wanted to roar a few more times, but he suddenly thought of Master God 2 in the God-Lord Pavilion. He shouted with a shocked expression. When the other 3 guards heard this, they panicked. That was their master. The 4 of them flew into the God-Lord Pavilion hurriedly. After searching the entire God-Lord Pavilion, they didn't find Master God Tuesday. Finally, they found him in a corner of the study room. However, the scene in front of them made their eyes moisten again. The study room was in a mess. There were dark red bloodstains on the floor. Master God 2 was curled up in a corner. He was wearing a tattered robe and he looked like he had lost his soul. His red and black eyes had lost their usual spirit. He kept muttering crazily, "Your chrysanthemum is broken, the floor is full of wounds, your smile has turned yellow." Chapter 360. The tragic state of the Divine City did not make the people of the Fire Dragon Continent feel fear or fear. Instead, it stimulated the people of the Fire Dragon Continent. All the citizens of the Fire Dragon Continent were filled with grief and indignation. Thousands of years of war had forged their unyielding fighting spirit and strengthened their determination to fight to the end. Although the citizens of the Divine City were shrouded in the halo of the Divine Master, they had always placed their hopes on the great Divine Master. However, when they found out that their wives and children were killed and their daughters were raped, their great God Lord did not stand up to save them. A small number of people finally woke up and started to use their lives to protect their dignity. Almost 100,000 people died in the Divine City. Half of them were brave fighters. The stronger ones would fight one-on-one, risking their lives to drag down the weakest one. The weaker ones would ambush one. If it was not possible, they would self-detonate and perish together. However, the citizens of the Divine City had been under the God Lord's light for too long. They were used to being high and mighty. They were used to using the God Lord's name to scare off visitors. There were too few warriors who resisted. Out of the 10 million citizens of the Divine City, only 50,000 stood up. Of course, in the end, they took the lives of dozens of Golden Horn Holy Clan's martial saints and crippled dozens of Golden Horn Holy Clan's martial saints, losing their fighting strength. Jianghu brought his people and flew towards the demon god residence. The entire demon god residence was in chaos. Countless experts of the demon race rushed towards the Heaven Demon City. They decided to use their lives to defend the sacred city of the demon race. Even many demon warriors and great demon warriors took up their weapons and stood outside the Heaven Demon City. They swore to live and die with the city. In the end, the demon god came out and persuaded them to leave. The entire demon race was shrouded in a frenzy of fighting spirit. No, the entire Fire Dragon Continent was shrouded in a frenzy of fighting spirit. However, the three races had been fighting for thousands of years. The hatred was deep and couldn't be resolved in a short time. If they went to help, it might cause chaos and conflict. The people of Hidden Island were a bunch of bandits. They believed in the spirit of sweeping away the snow in front of them. They didn't care about the lives of others. Of course, the barbarian god residents and the House of Ares hastened their pace. Song City? The psychedelic array was still being built in a hurry, and the natives of Tsang City had all been sent to Dragon City. Once the blood token of the god of war was sent out, all the cultivators above the Emperor realm in the House of Ares gathered at Tsang City. Many experts who had been living in seclusion had taken off their disguises as Taoist masters who didn't care about worldly affairs. From the bottom of the bed, from the latrine pit, and from the cellar, he took out the weapons that he had hidden for decades, bid farewell to his family, and embarked on an unknown journey alone. Feng Zi and Hua Chao also rushed to Tsang City and were arranged to stay in the Yi family castle. However, the two of them couldn't restrain themselves and couldn't cultivate in peace. Instead, they went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion with Long Shuelu every day. Of course, they weren't going to see the four beauties, but to wait for Yi Qinghan to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. Feng Zi and Hua had reached the pinnacle of the Marquis realm thanks to the Feng and Hua family's vast amounts of spirit herbs and fruits. It was just that he had yet to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and had yet to take that step. Long Shuelu was still slightly weaker. He was only at the first level of the Marquis realm. After all, Long Sinan had already been appointed as the young master of the Long family. Long Shuelio's status in the Long family wasn't that high anymore. The Long family couldn't possibly give him a large amount of wealth to increase his strength. Do you know what kind of place Purple Island is? In the hall of the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Feng Zi was holding a cup of hot tea. His aura seemed to have matured, and he had a hint of a mature man's aura. I'm not sure. My father also told me to stay here obediently. If the situation is serious, he will ask a God-rank expert to bring us to Purple Island directly. Hua Chao blinked her beautiful big eyes and shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Purple Island? That's a nice name. Why bring us to Purple Island? Yi Qingwu had been nervous for a few days. Seeing that the war hadn't started yet, she returned to her carefree and strange appearance. She raised her nose and spoke cutely. Purple Island is the safest and most dangerous place on the continent. Long Sinan didn't have the heroic spirit of the past. There was a hint of melancholy on her forehead. Instead, she looked gentle and lovely like a little girl. She took a sip of tea and looked at everyone's puzzled eyes. She explained, according to the information of Dragon City, every continent is actually a material plane. When this material plane is discovered by the people of the divine realm, they will give you a passageway. At the end of the passageway there is a transportation array. If you reach the strength of a God-rank expert, you will be able to pass the passageway successfully and be transported to the divine realm through the transportation array. And Purple Island is the passageway from the Flame Dragon continent to the divine realm. The passageway from the Flame Dragon continent to the divine realm? This somewhat shocking news successfully attracted the interest of everyone present. Even Yu Qingqing, who was in a low mood, perked up her little pink ears and listened with reddened eyes. So that's how it is, Yi Qingwu said thoughtfully. At the same time, she expressed the doubt in her heart. Then why is Purple Island the safest place on the continent? And also the most dangerous place? Because Purple Island has a chain of 11 small islands. The first small island is a place that any martial artist can enter and exit at will. It is also the safest place on the continent. Because there are very powerful restrictions on Purple Island. If any martial artist fights inside, they will be directly killed by the restrictions. As the young patriarch of the Long family, Long Sainan obviously knew many secrets that many of the continent's experts didn't know. And there is a transportation array on the 11th small island that can allow one to ascend to the divine realm. However, it is guarded by an extremely powerful divine beast. After the first Doomsday War, no one was able to pass through the 11th small island to ascend to the divine realm. More than 10 divine realm experts tried to pass through, but in the end they all died without exception. Everyone was silent after listening. It seemed as if their minds had flown to that group of mysterious small islands at the edge of the East Sea. It was as if they had flown through that transportation array to the distant divine realm, that vast, mysterious and magical land of legend. Whoosh! After cultivating in seclusion for more than half a month, Yi Qinghan finally opened his eyes. There was no fatigue in his black eyes. Instead they were filled with excitement and joy. After more than half a month he finally refined all the energy in his body. The enormous ball of energy brought by the divine skin didn't disappoint him. His battle force cultivation finally reached the peak of the Imperial Realm. His true strength had finally reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. A 21-year-old 3rd-level Imperial Realm martial artist could be said to have broken the historical record of the Fire Dragon continent. He became the peerless genius with the fastest cultivation speed in history. His father Yi Dao was extremely talented. When he reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, he was already 33 years old. There was a gap of 12 years. However, he wasn't too excited about becoming the #1 genius in history. He always believed that a person needed 99% diligence and 1% luck to succeed. Of course, his luck value might be as high as 50%. However, he had endured the pain of his meridians exploding again and again. He had cultivated alone in the Fallen God Mountain for 5 years and endured hundreds of thousands of beatings from Elder Lu. Who would be able to understand the pain and suffering he had gone through? Who could endure it and endure it? After a long stretch, he decided to go out and check out the situation. He wanted to see his 3 women and especially comfort Yu Qingqing's hurt heart. However, just as he was about to go out, he saw the smooth wall on his left. He stopped in his tracks. All right. Why don't I take a look now and see if I can comprehend the beach raindrops painting? Yi Qinghan stopped in his tracks. He realized that he had reached the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm. After he and Yi Qingyu consummated their marriage, his eyes also changed a little. He didn't know if he would gain anything special if he looked at the beach raindrops painting now. Thus, he sat cross-legged again and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He circulated his battle force in the meridians in his eyes and concentrated on the wall. It was just that, when he saw it, he nearly lost his composure and jumped up violently. At this moment, the scene of rain hitting the beach in front of his eyes was completely different from what he had imagined it to be. It seemed to have become another picture, a perfect illustration of the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 361. The beach was still the same beach. The sea was still calm and turbulent at times. The raindrops fell from time to time and stopped from time to time. The large raindrops on the beach were recovering from one moment to the next. However, Yi Qinghan felt that the sea was no longer the sea, the rain was no longer the rain, and the beach was no longer the beach. It felt like rain, fog, and wind. There was an uncertain and elusive feeling. The mountain was not a mountain, and the water was not water. His mind was in a daze. Finally, he felt his vision blur. There was only a drop of water slowly falling from the sky and spinning in the air. Because of the raindrop, there was a slight spatial fluctuation. Just as Yi Qinghan wanted to take a closer look at that drop of water, his mind suddenly felt dizzy. Following that, the scenery in front of him changed and he saw a smooth wall. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and gained some insight. He sat cross-legged and began to digest what he had just seen, thought, and realized. The seclusion. He went into seclusion for 3 days and 3 nights. Just a little more. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. The spatial fluctuation caused by the raindrop gave him some insight. However, he was just a little bit short. If he could see it a little more clearly and for a little longer, Yi Qinghan felt that his insight would definitely improve greatly. He might even reach small success in spatial fluctuations. With a slight sigh, Yi Qinghan did not dwell on it too much. This kind of opportunity could only be chanced upon. He was already very lucky. Some things could not be forced. A melon that was forcefully twisted would not be sweet. He smiled faintly and wiped away the regret and greed in his heart. Yi Qinghan directly returned to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. It was daytime outside. Yi Qinghan took a shower in his room and groomed himself. He walked down the first floor in high spirits and walked into the main hall. From afar he heard Feng Zi's loud voice speaking. You don't know how intense the battle in Heaven Fei City was. TSK. All the experts of the Fei race gathered in Heaven Fei City. The battle 2 days ago was so intense that the sky turned dark and the earth turned upside down. Haha, madman, where are you telling a story? Yi Qinghan walked into the hall and laughed loudly. At the same time he looked around and found that other than the 3 women, Feng Zilong, Sainan Huaji and Long Xuelu were all present. He was slightly surprised. Little Han. Brother? Master Han? As soon as Yi Qinghan walked in, everyone in the hall looked at him in surprise. At the same time they stood up to greet him. Yi Qinghan nodded at the crowd and smiled. He directly hugged Yi Qingyu and pulled Yu Qingqing to sit side by side with Yi Qingyu. At the same time he gestured for everyone to sit down. He picked up the tea on the square table and took a sip. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of wind blew several esteemed guests to my humble abode?" Feng Zi pursed his lips, sat down and said casually, "Sigh, it's all because of that evil wind from the Golden Horn God clan. Not only us but all the elites from the entire Divine Battle residence have gathered in Song City. Everyone is prepared to bask in your glory, young Master Han." Hehe, Master Han is so lucky with women. Everyone is envious of you. If you can be like Master Han you can die without regrets. Seeing that Feng Zi had already explained, Huaji didn't say anything else. Instead he turned to flatter Yi Qinghan. Long Sainan didn't pay attention to this. Instead she kept staring at the aura that Yi Qinghan exuded. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Finally she couldn't help but stand up and asked uncertainly, "Master Han, you have reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm? Why can't I, a 2nd level Emperor, see through your cultivation?" Feng Zi's mouth stopped twitching, and her beautiful big eyes stopped blinking. Long Xuelio's hand that was flipping his hair stopped in midair. Yu Qingqing also blinked her limpid eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan doubtfully. How long has it been? He was only at the 1st level of the Emperor realm when they parted at the Luotian mountain. In the blink of an eye he had a huge breakthrough? Long Sainan was at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had reached the 3rd level? This cultivation speed was even faster than the teleportation of a god-tier expert. Hehe, a slight breakthrough. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. He decisively changed the topic. "Oh right, young Master Feng, what did you say just now? The battle between the Golden Horn God clan and the Celestial Demon City? Tell me what's going on." Feng Zi was still wondering why Yi Qinghan cultivated so quickly. Did he eat some Herculean strength pill or smear some hidden island divine oil? Feng Zi couldn't react to Yi Qinghan's sudden change of topic. He rubbed his forehead, a little dumbfounded. "Let me explain." Long Sainan glared at Yi Qinghan. She was a little annoyed at his slickness. However, she inadvertently revealed her feminine charm, stunning everyone present. Since when did Miss Long, who was more heroic than men, have such a feminine side? After Long Sainan's narration, Yi Qinghan finally understood the tragic state of the Divine City and the battle that happened in the Celestial Demon City 2 days ago. Jin Qi flew directly to the Celestial Demon Immortal City with the Golden Horn Divine Clan. All the experts of the demon race were gathered in the Celestial Demon City. Conquering the Celestial Demon City was equivalent to conquering the Demon Immortal residence. Therefore, Jin Qi didn't massacre the entire city. After all, killing these low-level martial artists and mortals wasn't enough to satisfy his inner sense of accomplishment for a god of his level. Moreover, there was a powerful woman in the Forest of Darkness. If he massacred wantonly and provoked her again, it would be over. The Celestial Demon City was very small. Of course this was only to Jin Qi. However, there were many martial artists gathered in the celestial demon city. They were densely packed and there were people surging around the city. Jianghu didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages pressed forward. Jianghu originally thought that the celestial demon city didn't have a god array, and the god rank experts wouldn't dare to make a move, so 200 peak martial sages would be enough to flatten this small city. However, a minute later he completely overturned this idea and decisively ordered a retreat. The 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages charged forward. In the end, none of the martial sages in the celestial demon city moved, but nearly 1,000 emperor-rank demons flew out. Alright, since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 200 Golden Horn members of the Golden Horn God clan looked at the group of demon clan members that was slowly flying towards them with disdain. Just as they were about to attack, they discovered that the legs of this group of demon clan members suddenly emitted thick smoke. Their speed also increased by several times as they charged towards them. What was going on? Were they trying to scare us with smoke? The 200 Golden Horn Divine Clan sages looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were wondering what kind of tricks this group of half-human half-demon fellows were playing, the distance between the demons and the Golden Horn Divine Clan sages had already reached dozens of meters. Without any time to think, the 200 peak martial sages gave the order to attack. However, just as he was about to wave his hand, he saw countless dazzling lights lighting up. Hundreds of fireworks bloomed in the sky at the same time. Behind them, there were even more demons that were emitting smoke and charging over without a care for their lives. Then countless more fireworks bloomed. Bang bang bang. One firework might be beautiful, but dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of fireworks bloomed at the same time was a little scary. They are indeed here to die. Countless Golden Horn Divine Clan sages were enveloped by the fireworks. Before they lost consciousness they muttered the same words. The demon race had gone crazy and Jianghu was shocked. Only less than half of the 200 saint-level Golden Horn God clan members managed to escape, and all of them were injured. They were all scared silly, shaking their heads as if they were having a seizure. Jianghu decisively retreated and prepared to make a long-term plan. He didn't want her to bring out over 1,000 children, only to have him and a few God Realm experts return with their tails between their legs. Damn it, the demons are so damn ruthless. Why wasn't I there for such an exciting scene? After listening to Long Seinen's narration, Yi Qinghan opened his mouth wide. After a while he regained his senses and said, "What? How many great warriors do the demons have that are ready to sacrifice themselves to the demon gods? Should we send some flowers and paper money over to express our sympathy? Should we encourage them to continue? Should we just blow up the rest of the sacred-level Golden Horn God tribe?" Chapter 362. This. Young Master Han, go ahead. I'm in my prime and I don't want to die young. Feng Zi pouted and twisted her body uncomfortably. Yes, young Master Han, we support you in spirit. Hua Hua clapped and cheered. Look at your cowardly faces. In the future, don't say that you're my Yi Qinghan's brothers. Yi Qinghan sniffled and looked at the two of them in disdain. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, he stood up and called everyone to have a lively meal. In the afternoon, Feng Zi and Hua Hua wanted to see the secret psychedelic array outside Sang City. Yi Qingwu also wanted to go out for a walk. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have the mood to do so. Sang City was full of experts. Once he showed up, those old guys would immediately see through his strength. Moreover, under such a serious situation, he wasn't in the mood to go out for a walk. Thus, he rejected everyone's suggestion. Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his strength, but Yu Qingqing wasn't in the mood to play, so she rejected them. Yi Qingyu wanted to stay in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, but Yi Qingwu winked at her and sent a telepathic message to give Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing some space to comfort Yu Qingqing. Cui Hua and the others were also sent out by Yi Qingwu. In the huge Chilling Heart Pavilion, only Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were left. Qingqing, come here. Yi Qinghan waved at Yu Qingqing, who was sitting at the side. Yu Qingqing seemed to understand and was slightly shy. After a while he saw that Yu Qingqing was still hesitating. He chuckled and went over. He grabbed Yu Qingqing's waist and carried her up to the second floor. What are you doing? Put me down. Yu Qingqing was shocked. Although she had already decided that she was Yi Qinghan's wife, in broad daylight. Moreover, she wasn't mentally prepared. She was embarrassed and struggled. Don't move recklessly, little Qingqing. I won't violate you in broad daylight, although I really want to. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with tenderness, staring at her pearl-like eyes as he gently spoke. Yi Qinghan's promise had an effect. Yu Qingqing no longer wriggled, but hid her head in his bosom and no longer spoke. On the second floor, Yi Qinghan didn't go to the rooftop. Instead he went to his room. He closed the door and placed Yu Qingqing on the bed. After that he didn't say anything. He just sat on the bed and gently hugged her from behind. He looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and was lost in thought. Yu Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's sharp face in confusion. She also chose to remain silent. She relaxed her body and leaned into his embrace like a boneless lazy cat, quietly listening to his heartbeat and her own heartbeat. Through the window they could see rows of neatly trimmed purple camphor trees. Purple camphor, purple camphor. As the name suggested, its leaves were purple and not large. The shape of the leaves was a strange strip, and they grew very densely. A cool breeze blew. Countless leaves were like waves in the sea, rising and falling. It was beautiful. Both of them had their own thoughts. They were going to sit together quietly for a while. However, as time went by, both of them felt that it was good, comfortable, and warm to hug each other. Their minds were as calm as water, and they felt like they were in a dream. Both of them didn't say anything. They felt each other's breath, listened to each other's heartbeat, and smelled each other's masculinity and femininity. There was no ambiguity, no mud, no lust. There was only a kind of indulgence, a kind of intoxication. The sky gradually darkened, and the bright sunlight was gradually replaced by the gentle moonlight. The chilling heart pavilion was still very peaceful. It seemed like Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were going to the Manwu pavilion to sleep for the night. They were going to leave the entire chilling heart pavilion to the two of them. Qingqing, are you hungry? Yi Qinghan finally opened his mouth when the night had completely fallen and the room was shrouded in pure white moonlight. I'm not hungry. Are you? Do you want me to find something to eat? Yu Qingqing turned her head and frowned. Her pretty face was extremely beautiful under the moonlight. She asked in astonishment when she saw Yi Qinghan nod his head. At her level, she wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat for half a month. That was because the battle chi in her body could bring the purest energy in the world to replenish her body's needs. With Yi Qinghan's realm, it was impossible for him to feel hungry. I am indeed hungry, but I don't want to eat the food in the chilling heart pavilion. What do you think I should do? Yi Qinghan blinked and tilted his head. There was a trace of playfulness in his eyes as he smiled mischievously. What should I do? I don't know how to cook. What do you want to eat? I'll tell the servants not to come, you scoundrel. Yu Qingqing frowned and tilted her head in a cute manner as she pondered. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan suddenly move his head closer and gently bite her earlobe, she shyly shrunk back and said angrily, Little Qingqing, I want to eat you. You are the most delicious delicacy in the world. I think you can't bear to see me suffer from hunger and cold, right? Take pity on me and let me eat you. Yi Qinghan moved closer and continued to lick Yu Qingqing's slightly pink earlobe. Then he moved downwards and kissed her white neck. A pair of hands went around her back and attached to the two towering peaks in front of her chest and gently kneaded them. Don't, Qinghan. We haven't married yet. You can't do that. Yu Qingqing was whispered in her ear and kissed on her neck. Especially her chest, which was being kneaded by two large hands. In an instant she felt her entire body heat up and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. She was a little shy, a little scared, but of course there was also a little expectation and a little excitement. Qingqing, listen to me. It's not that I don't want to have you after the wedding. I have always respected your wishes. You know this. However, in the current situation I can only have you in advance. Yi Qinghan stopped his profanity and explained in a serious manner, I obtained a treasure in the god-slaying mountain. This treasure can allow a woman with my aura to enter. This treasure can be said to be an absolutely complete place. Therefore, in order to prevent you from being affected by the upcoming battle, I can only have you in advance and pluck you, this peach blossom, in advance. I'm sorry, Qingqing, And there's no need to explain anymore, A beautiful hand suddenly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Yu Qingqing slowly turned her face over. Her beautiful cheeks were burning hot, but her eyes were bewitching with a hint of shyness. The combination of this kind of pure beauty and seductive charm was actually so ecstatic. Lightly biting her lips, Yu Qingqing suddenly closed her eyes and slowly laid down on the bed. Her tender and alluring lips opened and closed, letting out a mosquito-like voice. I promise you, my lover, please let me become a real woman. Become your woman. Gulp gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed rang out. Yi Qinghan's body began to tremble. His head buzzed and his eyes became hot. He directly strode forward, like a horse lover riding a peerless horse. His mind was completely occupied by the alluring body of the peerless beauty in front of him. He forgot everything and began to enjoy the most delicious delicacy in the world. The poisonous peach blossom on the tranquil lake island had been successfully plucked by a man who was not afraid of poison. Tonight, this peach blossom had quietly bloomed under the beautiful night sky of Jianghu City. The two were unable to extricate themselves from the ocean of desire. Little did they know that the heaven and earth essence energy in the sky above the chilling heart pavilion had become denser again. Moreover, this time the density of the essence energy far surpassed the Yu Clan Summer Fire Festival and the time when Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were together. A gust of wind blew outside the chilling heart pavilion, causing the leaves of the purple camphor tree to rustle. Even Yu Shishui and the Spear Emperor, who were constructing the illusion formation outside of Jianghu City, as well as the elders in the back mountain of the Yi clan, were alarmed. They all looked in the direction of the chilling heart pavilion in shock. Chapter 363. The sudden change in the chilling heart pavilion had alarmed all of the emperor and above cultivators in Jianghu City. Jianghu City was currently filled with experts. All of the immortal level experts of the House of Aries were gathered there, but the first person to react to the change was Yu Shishui, who had only recently ascended. The Yu clan specialized in cultivating one's soul, so they were very sensitive to natural phenomena. Yu Shishui had been setting up a formation 5 kilometers away from Jianghu City. As soon as the change occurred in the chilling heart pavilion, she immediately sensed it and sent out her divine sense to investigate. However, as soon as she did so, her face flushed red. Ignoring the Spear Emperor by her side, she actually teleported to the rooftop of the chilling heart pavilion. At the same time, she waved her hand and unleashed her god domain, enveloping the entire chilling heart pavilion and preventing the divine sense of the other immortal level experts from investigating. Whoosh! The second person to arrive was Yi Ruoshui. Yi Ruoshui frowned slightly as she glanced at the chilling heart pavilion, then at the rustling purple camphor tree in the courtyard. Finally, her gaze landed on Yu Shishui, who was standing at the entrance to the rooftop, looking a bit unnatural. She asked in surprise, "Shishui, what happened? Why did you release your god domain?" A blush flashed across Yu Shishui's face, but then her expression returned to normal as she said, "Your little brat got lucky this time. He's currently cultivating, so I released my god domain to protect him from being disturbed." "There's such a good thing?" Even though Yi Ruoshui was still very confused, she didn't ask too many questions. She merely smiled as she gazed at the purple camphor tree in the courtyard. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to the other immortal level experts, telling them not to come over. "Ancestor, what happened?" At that moment, a black figure flew over from the sky and landed on the rooftop. He sighed in relief when he saw Yi Ruoshui, but when he saw Yu Shishui at the entrance, he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Sky Dragon, stand guard here. Wait for little Han to finish his seclusion before you go back to your business." Yi Ruoshui stared at Yi Tianlong's stoic face, her eyes glowing with a passionate light. She smiled thoughtfully, gave him a few instructions and then teleported away. Yi Tianlong had just come out of the Elders' Hall and was about to fly back to the back of the mountain when he noticed something strange. Therefore, he didn't have any scruples and flew over immediately. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the face that had troubled him for days and nights whether he should go out of Jianghu City to see. "So, in the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. You haven't changed at all." After a long time, Yi Tianlong sighed and stroked his white hair in disappointment. "Of course I haven't changed, but you have. The handsome young man from back then has become an old man with old arms and legs. Don't keep flying around, it'll be bad if you break them." Yu Shishui had been in Jianghu City for more than 10 days now, but he had been working day and night on the formation outside the city. Because of the sudden change in the chilling heart pavilion, he had suddenly run into his old acquaintance Yi Tianlong. After a moment of shock, it was as if she had become another person. She was already several decades old, yet she spoke like a little girl. "Sigh. Time is like a butcher's knife. It blackens mushrooms, turns grapes purple and softens bananas." Yi Tianlong panicked when he saw this. He suddenly remembered that he had heard Yi Qinghan say something strange, but he had accidentally said it aloud. As soon as he said it, he realized that it didn't seem to fit the situation. He hurriedly coughed and said awkwardly, "That, right? You have the Yu clan's youth retaining fruit, so of course you won't grow old. Also, you're already a deity now, so of course I'm different. Who knows, I might turn into a pile of dirt in a few decades. Don't worry. After you die, I will burn some incense and paper money for you every year. After all, we were acquaintances. I will definitely pay my respects to you." Yu Shishui harumphed coldly and turned her head to look at the scenery off in the distance. You're looking down on me? Who knows, maybe I'll make a breakthrough one day. Back in the day my cultivation speed was much faster than yours. Yi Tianlong seemed very unconvinced as he straightened his back and said arrogantly, Old thing, old thing. The patriarchs of these two top-tier clans were acting like two young boys and girls as soon as they met. Their words were filled with sour grapes. If outsiders were to hear this, it would definitely shake the entire continent. The patriarchs of the Yu clan and Yi clan were actually old sweethearts? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but do you really think you can break through to the deity realm like this? If you can break through, I'll be your slave and wash your feet every day. Yu Shishui laughed coldly, a hint of mockery in her eyes. When Yi Tianlong heard this, he became even more unconvinced. He pointed at Yu Shishui and said fiercely, You said it. You're a deity realm expert. You have to keep your word. I don't want you to be my slave anymore. Once I break through, I'll go to your clan and ask for your hand in marriage. I want you to marry me. But as soon as these words left their mouths, the two of them simultaneously realized that they were both a bit agitated. They were already old people, so saying such things now was a bit embarrassing. As such, the two of them tacitly shut their mouths and turned around awkwardly. The aura of the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop was already very special, but now it was even more special. Sky Demon City. After the battle the day before, Jianghu was furious. He had directly shattered two saint-level experts who had yet to recover from their shock. Today he took advantage of the night to send out his troops to take down Sky Demon City in one fell swoop. Today Sky Demon City was different from the House of Ares. The wind was calm there, but here it was dark and windy. It was the perfect time to kill someone. Jianghu didn't act stupidly. This time he sent out 500 saint-level experts. They didn't stupidly charge forward like last time. Instead, they formed groups of a few and began to attack Sky Demon City from all directions. Moreover, these saint-level experts of the Golden Horn Celestial race had learned their lesson. They didn't underestimate the enemy anymore. All of them prepared for battle and advanced slowly. It was like sneaking into a village and not making a sound. As expected, Sky Demon City immediately responded. Countless Emperor-level demons split into groups of a few dozen, one group against the other, and prepared for another firework explosion. But this time it clearly didn't achieve the desired effect. The Golden Horn Celestial race was prepared. Black flames spat out and the fireworks exploded in advance. In the end, Sky Demon City exploded everywhere. When the 5 demon immortals saw this, they immediately stopped their suicidal attacks. With a wave of their hands, the demon sages moved out. There were hundreds of demon immortals in the demon divine abode, but there weren't many peak demon sages. After a bitter battle, Sky Demon City turned into a river of blood. In the end it was still breached. I don't want you to surrender. I just want you to hand over your interspatial rings. Otherwise I'll make your little city barren. I won't spare even the fowls and dogs. Jianghu didn't waste any words. He instantly appeared in front of the 5 demon immortals and threatened them. He used the millions of martial artists in Sky Demon City to threaten the 5 guardians of the demon race. The 5 demon immortals looked at each other and decisively took off their interspatial rings and threw them over. Although treasures were important, human lives were more important. The city was filled with elites of the demon race. Moreover, they didn't obtain the real divine swords, so they didn't suffer a great loss. Jianghu received the 5 interspatial rings and scanned them with his divine sense. He discovered that the 5 demon immortals didn't have the real divine swords. Instead, the treasures inside were pitifully few. After a few days of gloominess, he was incomparably furious. Damn it! All children stop. Slaughter the city for half a day and kill half of the demons. Then, go to the next stop, the human race. Chapter 364. Kaka kill? Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. The remaining hundreds of Golden Horn Holy Race members screamed as they charged towards Heaven Demon City. The mighty Golden Horn Holy Race had lost more than 100 people in a small city because of a bunch of insignificant mortals. This was a disgrace. They decided to use the city's blood to wash away this disgrace. Awag! Countless screams and curses could be heard. The entire Heaven Demon City was filled with fresh blood and tattered clothes of countless young demon girls. The Heaven Demon City was once again the tragedy of a god city, and it seemed even more tragic. Swish! A tiger demon god trembled. He couldn't bear it anymore and attacked decisively. He teleported and appeared beside a group of Golden Horn Holy Race members. With a tiger roar, he slashed dozens of Golden Horn Holy Race members at the waist. However, just as he was about to pounce on the Golden Horn Holy Race members, a golden celestial domain enveloped him, rendering him immobile. After that, Jianghu spat out a ball of golden flames that enveloped him, incessantly burning the divine armor formed by the power of the demon god on the surface of his body. If the four of you still want to attack, please continue. A moment later, the tiger demon god howled in pain and turned into ashes, leaving behind a fiery red divine crystal that Jianghu grabbed in his hand. This demon god was only an elementary heavenly god. In Jianghu's celestial domain he naturally couldn't move. The difference in their realms made him powerless to resist Jianghu's advanced fire attribute mystical arts. Jianghu grabbed the divine crystal and threw it into his spatial ring. Then he stared at the four coldly as if provoking them. If he angered them, he could openly attack and continue to earn divine crystals. The four demon gods didn't move. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. They had to think about the future of the divine demon manor. If they were to die, the other two manors would definitely lead the divine demon manor to annihilate the divine demon manor. Hence, for the sake of the divine demon manor's legacy, they had no choice but to live on helplessly. Life wasn't going according to plan. Most people, or perhaps a small number of people, lived for their own brilliance. However, there were still a lot of people who lived for others. They lived with difficulty, and they lived with humbleness. 3 days later, the Golden Horn God clan, who were in high spirits, flew towards the east with a wave of Jianghu's hand. They went to their next stop, the House of Ares. Jianghu had an inexplicable sense of excitement towards the human race. He faintly felt that this trip to the human race might bring him a pleasant surprise. The divine world was vast and boundless, with tens of thousands of races. Originally, the divine world was ruled by the original god race, but as more and more humans ascended, the divine world was gradually occupied and ruled by the humans. Of the 8 monarchs of the god world, 5 were pure-blooded humans. Therefore, he believed that the real divine sword was very likely in the hands of the human race. It was very likely that the human race possessed a large number of precious treasures. Perhaps they could make up for his father's loss. Children, follow me. Our destination is the largest human city in the south. Kaka, these humans have been preparing for such a long time. I wonder what kind of surprise they will bring us. Let's go. Jianghu laughed crazily and flew forward first. Behind him, a large group of Golden Horn God clan members followed closely. They all flew toward the southern city of the House of Ares, Song City. Reporting. The outsiders have already left the Sky Demon City and are currently flying toward the House of Ares. They will probably reach Song City in 3 days. The city lord's residence in Song City had already become the temporary headquarters of the House of Ares. Long Huofu sat high up in the main seat. Beside him was Yi Tianlong, who had hurried over from the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Behind them were the various clan leaders and the Sage Realm representatives of the House of Ares. Understood. Continue to investigate. Long Huofu nodded, indicating for the Hua clan scout to leave. Then, he muttered to himself for a moment before turning to ask Yi Baihu, how is the construction of the illusion formation outside the city going? It was originally going to be completed, but Senior Yu Shishue suddenly went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion last night and refused to leave. Now only Senior Spear Emperor is constructing it by himself. I estimate that it will take tomorrow afternoon at the latest. He should be in a hurry. Yi Baihu replied awkwardly. Tomorrow afternoon. That should be enough. How many Emperor and Sage Realm experts are there in Song City right now? Long Huofu estimated that after the construction was completed tomorrow, it should be ready for use the day after tomorrow night. There are more than 400 Sage Realm experts gathered in Song City right now. There are close to 2,000 Emperor Realm experts. This battle is not going to be easy. Song City might become the second Sky Demon City. Yi Baihu was in charge of logistics and materials. He knew everything about Song City like the back of his hand. He answered Long Huofu's question immediately. The House of Ares had 6 main cities, 100 large cities and 500 small cities. There were thousands of large and small clans. Dragon City had a few Sage Realm experts overseeing it, not to mention the 5 great clans. There were also experts from the commoners and hermits. Basically all of them had gathered in Song City, which was why they had such a powerful force. Sai, we can only fight to the death. After this battle, I wonder how many of you will survive. Everyone, let's pray to the ancient House of Ares to protect us. Please protect the House of Ares. Long Huofu let out a deep sigh, feeling a little sad. The Sage Realm experts in the hall all looked bitter. After 2 battles, the Golden Horn tribe had only lost less than 400 Saint Realm experts. If these aliens went to the barbarian tribe and circled around, the House of Ares might have a Pyrrhic victory. But now, they were flying directly to the House of Ares. The difference in strength was too big. Tsang City might become the next Sky Demon City. The mayor's mansion of Tsang City was having a meeting. The Yi family was also having a meeting in the back mountain. The few deity-level experts didn't need the reports from the scouts to know everything. Everyone's expressions turned slightly bitter. Little Yi, do you think Lord Devour will take action? Sword Emperor sighed, feeling a little sad. How would I know? You all know Lord Devour has a strange temper. In the last world-destroying battle, almost half of the people of the Flame Dragon continent died. Hundreds of god-level experts died, but she didn't take action. This time, although it was because of Little Han, she said that as long as the Golden Horn tribe doesn't violate her rules, she won't take action. Someone at her level will definitely. Sigh. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows drooped as she said helplessly. What strange change has happened to your Little Han? Why hasn't the strange phenomenon in the yard ended? Sword Emperor thought for a while and realized that it made sense. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Yi Ruoshui shook her head and said doubtfully, I don't know either. Shishui released her god domain and is still guarding there. She won't tell me even if I ask her. Then, will your Little Han suddenly break through to the Saint Realm? TSK. If he can break through to the Saint Realm, then he'll be amazing. Once he uses his body fusion technique, no one below the deity realm will be able to stop him. The crisis of the battle god's manor will be easily resolved. The Shui family's ancestor suddenly interjected, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Are you daydreaming? How old is he? He was only at the first level of the Emperor realm a few months ago. Do you think the Saint Realm is a game? Do you think he can reach it just by practicing? Old Ancestor Shui's words made Sword Emperor disdainful. Everyone became silent again. Hoping that a young man could break through from the first level of the Emperor realm to the first level of the Saint Realm in a few months? They might as well hope that a meteorite would suddenly fall from the sky and smash all the alien tribes to death. Sigh, everything has its own destiny. Maybe this is the fate of the Flame Dragon continent. Sword Emperor sighed deeply and turned to Yi Ruoshui. Little Yi, get ready. Gather all the elite disciples of the big families in the back mountain. If it doesn't work, send them all to the Purple Island. We need to leave some seeds of the human race. Chapter 365. As the demonic beast army approached Tsang City, the atmosphere became more and more stifling. For the past 2 days, the sky in Tsang City was no longer clear. Instead, it was gloomy, making people panic and palpitate. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. However, there were many people gathered outside Tsang City. Leading them were the God Realm experts from the House of Ares, as well as the leaders of the major clans. Alright, the Great Formation is complete. The Spear Emperor was the youngest among the 3 war gods, but he looked the oldest. He had probably spent too much of his brain energy studying formations. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with the dry skin of an old tree. He looked around and grinned. This grin caused his entire face to wrinkle, as if he was wearing a piece of fake human skin. Sky Dragon, give the order. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave Tsang City. Third brother, activate the Great Formation and see how it works. The Sword Emperor said expressionlessly. Yi Tianlong left after receiving his orders. Suddenly, a tinge of excitement appeared on the Spear Emperor's wrinkled face. Dozens of blood-red command flags appeared in his hand. After which, he waved his hand continuously. The blood-red small command flags continued to break through the air, disappearing in all directions. Buzz. After the last small flag of the Spear Emperor disappeared in the northwest direction, the entire sky above Tsang City suddenly emitted a red light. Then a semicircular light barrier appeared in the sky, like a translucent pot lid, covering the entire Tsang City upside down. Outside Tsang City, a thick fog suddenly spread out. The thick white fog was something that even Yi Qingyo and the others had reached such a high level of cultivation. Even Yi Qingyo and the others with their high cultivation could not see more than 10 meters. The psychedelic Great Formation has been successfully activated. This Great Formation has a radius of 20 li around Tsang City. Once an Emperor Realm expert steps in from the outside, he will immediately fall into an illusion. Martial saints without a strong soul will definitely not be able to enter Tsang City. As for peak martial saints, they can confuse them for a while. After a while, they will still be able to break out of the formation. the Spear Emperor said proudly as he looked at the faintly glowing light shield and the thick white fog in the surroundings. To be able to build such a great formation with just some ordinary materials from the Fire Dragon continent, it could be said that it was unprecedented. Although he did not say that the Fire Dragon continent's formation skills would never be seen again, it was definitely unprecedented. Alright. With this formation, there's still hope for this battle. Little Knight, quickly gather all the experts above the Emperor realm in the city and have them familiarize themselves with the formation. Prepare to give the invading foreign races a surprise. Jian Huang was filled with heroism as he laughed heartily. Moments later, the countless emperors and saints who were on standby in Song City began to fly out of the city and wander around the city. They began to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain and the formation. It was bustling outside, but the chilling heart pavilion was still the same. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi roiled above, and strong winds howled below, causing the leaves of the purple camphor trees to flutter. Yi Tianlong had already given the order that no one was allowed to approach the chilling heart pavilion. Otherwise they would be punished according to the clan's rules. Of course, the warriors of Tsang City didn't have the permission of the Yi family, so they couldn't enter the Yi family fort. Xiao. Two figures flew over from the sky, one fiery red, the other snow white. One of the figures couldn't actually be described as flying, because the fiery red-robed woman was being carried by the white-robed, white-haired woman. All of the emperors outside of Tsang City had gathered together to prepare for battle. However, it was obvious that Yi Qingyu wasn't on the list of combatants. As the second god-rank expert of the Yi family, she was immediately added to the list of elite seedlings by Yi Ruoshui. Yi Qingyu had been flying with Yi Qingwu to the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop every day for the past 2 days to scout the situation. The entire Chilling Heart Pavilion had been enveloped by Yu Shishui's divine domain, so they obviously couldn't enter. As such, Yi Qingyu could only fly directly to the rooftop with Yi Qingwu. Greetings, Senior Yu. The two of them respectfully bowed to Yu Shishui, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the rooftop. Yu Shishui wasn't just a god-rank expert, she was also Yu Qingqing Senior. You two girls, you're here again. Yu Shishui opened her eyes, a trace of affection in her eyes. One of these two girls was fiery and mischievous, while the other was quiet and gentle. Yu Shishui liked them very much. Furthermore, they were currently serving the same husband as that little peach blossom of hers, so they could be considered to have some sort of relationship. Yu Shishui subconsciously thought of them as her own nieces and nephews. Senior, has my brother not finished cultivating yet? Yi Qingyu didn't know how to hide her thoughts, so she asked worriedly. After all, she had never seen this phenomenon before. It had suddenly appeared and it had lasted for so long. She was a little flustered. That's right. Senior, it's already been a few days. Little Han hasn't woken up yet, so Sister Qingqing should have woken up by now, right? Yi Qingwu asked with a mischievous smile. What do you two girls know? This kind of opportunity can only be found by chance. If it weren't for the fact that the battle is about to begin, I would have hoped that the two of them would continue cultivating for months or even years. What's the rush? The Golden Horn God tribe hasn't attacked yet, has it? Even if they do, I won't let anyone interrupt their cultivation until the very last moment. Yu Shishui sighed, a trace of regret in her limpid eyes. Senior Yu, what has happened between my brother and Sister Qingqing? Can you tell me in detail? I'm very worried. Yi Qingyu was still worried, and a trace of stubbornness appeared on her weak face. Even though Yi Qingwu wasn't pleading, the hope in her eyes was extremely obvious. Yu Shishui hadn't explained anything when the two of them had come yesterday. She had only told them to wait patiently. Now that Yu Shishui had spoken, they naturally hoped to hear a definite answer. Sigh, you two little girls. Yu Shishui looked at the two of them as if she was thinking of her past self. She had been just as stubborn, but she had stubbornly chosen her clan. After a moment's thought, she expanded her god domain to cover the two of them. Only then did she begin to explain. Yi Qinghan entered the Soul Silent State on Tranquil Lake Island. I'm sure you two know about this. The Soul Silent State was also comprehended by our Yu clan's founding ancestor, the Moon Queen. As such, she left behind a dual cultivation technique. Back then, when little Qingqing chose Yi Qinghan, I made her learn this dual cultivation technique. That night, the two of them must have performed the ceremony of human relations, which resulted in this state. Furthermore, from the looks of this anomaly, it is very likely that they have entered the state mentioned in the Moon Empress grimoire, the state of deep soul silence. The soul silent state? Senior. I don't really understand what you're saying, but it sounds really impressive. Yi Qingwu blinked her eyelids and patted her ample chest. Her eyes were wide open as she exclaimed in surprise. The speed at which one cultivates and comprehends method power in the soul silent state is 10 times faster than normal. The Moon Queen said that the soul silent state is 100 times faster. Don't you think it's impressive? If they've really entered the second state, then the two of them have really hit the jackpot. A trace of envy and admiration appeared in the Moon Queen's eyes. Of course, she wasn't too sure, because she hadn't even entered the soul silent state before. Everything she had said was based on the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had left behind. After hearing this, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu looked at each other in shock. They raised their heads to look at the sky, then looked at the purple camphor tree in the garden that was fluttering in the wind. For a moment, many thoughts ran through their minds. Chapter 366. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the sky outside of Tsang City had already changed color. He also didn't know that a biting cold wind was blowing outside of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. That night, he was intoxicated by the poisonous peach blossom. He forgot about time, space and everything else. He only wanted to press the peach blossom under his body and do it to his heart's content. However, when his excitement reached its peak, his body trembled and his legs twitched. He found that the world in front of him had changed. He discovered that the world in front of him had changed. The little peach blossom had disappeared, and so had the Chilling Heart Pavilion. The entire world had turned black. Just as he was feeling extremely astonished and confused, his heart was attracted by a drop of water that fell from the sky. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. It spun as it fell and smashed into the black space. It caused a ripple that slowly spread and finally disappeared. Then, another drop of water slowly fell and smashed into the ground, causing another ripple. His surroundings were pitch black and the drop of water kept falling. This repeated over and over again. It was a strange scene. He started to stare at the drop of water in a daze. His heart became incomparably tranquil and ethereal. He fell into silence again. He couldn't control himself anymore. Like a newborn baby, he stared blankly at the colorful world, at the beautiful world. Everything was so novel, so interesting. Yu Qingqing was different from him. Yu Qingqing got her lover not because she was lustful and wanted to have him in advance, but because she loved him and wanted to protect him. Therefore, she opened up her heart at that moment and started to accept the request of the man she loved. However, the moment the melon broke, it was really painful. Yu Qingqing had learned some human relations from the Yu clan's master of ceremony. However, at that moment she was still in so much pain that her muscles spasmed. She sucked in a breath of cold air, but she didn't cry out. Instead, she hugged Yi Qinghan's back tightly with her hands and clamped Yi Qinghan's buttocks with her legs. However, a faint smile appeared on her face. The tears in her eyes disappeared as she continued to close her eyes and wait for Yi Qinghan's whipping. Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped and started to kiss her body continuously, allowing her nerves to slowly recover from the pain. Immediately after, her body started to heat up, and she started to sink into the sea of desire wave after wave. In her daze, she suddenly remembered what Yu Shishui had told her before she left, and unknowingly began to circulate the dual cultivation technique that the Moon Queen had left behind. In the end, she realized that she couldn't stop once she started to circulate her energy. Her body became more and more comfortable and intoxicated. In the end, she reached the critical point a step earlier than Yi Qinghan. Her snow-white body turned captivating red, and all her skin started to tremble. The peach orchard spasmed and a wave of heat gushed out. An indescribable beauty filled her entire soul. She closed her eyes and indulged in the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a low and sweet sound of a zither rang in her ears. This zither sound was sometimes far, sometimes near. Sometimes it was like flowing water, sometimes it was like the chirping of birds, and sometimes it was like raindrops falling into a lake. As she listened to this beautiful zither sound, her soul unconsciously became completely immersed. The two of them didn't know that while they were both immersed in this wondrous state, the sky above the Chilling Heart Pavilion suddenly changed. The purple camphor tree outside the window had already started to blow a cold wind. Reporting. The Golden Horn God race is already 50 kilometers away from Tsang City. They will reach Tsang City in an hour. A sharp cry broke the silence in the Tsang City Lord's mansion. The sage cultivators who had been sitting quietly in the Tsang City Lord's mansion suddenly opened their eyes. There was no shock or fear in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with a domineering battle intent. Got it. The Hua clan's mission has been completed. Pass down my orders. All of you are to retreat from Tsang City. You are not allowed to enter Tsang City before the battle is over. Of course, when the battle starts, the psychedelic array will be activated. You won't be able to enter even if you want to. The dragon's skinny body suddenly stood up. His short and small body emitted an incomparably tyrannical and monstrous aura. His small eyes flickered as he glanced at the people in the hall. Suddenly he smiled. His smile grew bigger and bigger until it turned into laughter. Laughter turned into hysterical laughter. Then he waved his skinny hand and shouted, "Everyone, it's time for us to enter the stage of history. Everyone, it's time for us to step onto the stage of history. Today's battle will forever be recorded in the history books of the divine battle manner. A man's life is only a few hundred years. If we can leave our names in the history books, we will be glorious for hundreds of millions of years. Now, as the mansion lord of the House of Ares, I order you to fight. Use our blood to protect our people. Fight. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Fight, fight, fight." All the sage cultivators in the hall shouted the battle slogan of the House of Ares. Then they looked at each other and laughed wildly. Then they flew out of the hall. Bang! A signal flare the size of a dragon's eye suddenly rose into the sky and bloomed above Tsang City. It lit up the entire city, and at the same time, the air in Tsang City seemed to become scorching hot. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Fight, fight, fight. Countless angry roars sounded from every corner of Tsang City. At the same time, countless figures rose from the city. Their loud roars and laughter echoed throughout Tsang City and pierced the sky. The huge Tsang City used to have a population of 1 million. Now there were only a few thousand people left. However, the roars of these few thousand people were louder than 1 million. Thousands of figures flew up the dark green walls of Tsang City and stood proudly. They did not say a word. Their weapons and armors were on their bodies. Their faces were calm as they silently waited for the impending battle. Maybe they would live, maybe they would die, maybe they would be crippled, maybe King, maybe. There were not so many ifs. All they knew was that they would pick up their weapons and kill all the strange races. They would give the hundreds of millions of people in the House of Ares a bright and beautiful world. Little knight, have all the seedlings gathered? The Sword Emperor slowly stroked the large sword in his hand. There was no light or fighting intent in his eyes. There was only calmness, as calm as still water. They've all gathered. Only little Han and Yu Qingqing are still cultivating. Yu Shishue refuses to interrupt their cultivation no matter what. She said that she won't wake them until the last moment. Yi Ruoshue's expression was very calm, and her tone was very relaxed. It was as if she were chatting with an old friend. Alright then. Third bro, you and Shishue are the weakest. The two of you will be in charge of taking all the elite seedlings and teleporting directly to Purple Island. Remember, as long as the Golden Horned race doesn't return to the God Realm, you are not allowed to leave Purple Island. The Sword Emperor smiled slightly as he looked at the wrinkled Spear Emperor. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Shishue as if giving an order. Big brother, I think it's better if you go and escort them. I'm too weak, so I might not be able to complete this difficult task. The Spear Emperor's expression was not calm. His wrinkled face began to tremble, and his eyes were filled with pain. This is an order. The future of the House of Ares is in the hands of the two of you. The Sword Emperor stood up, and his silver sword suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. At the same time, his eyes shone with a fiery light as he said to Yi Ruoshue, the Shui clan's ancestor, and the Saber Emperor, "Let's go. The three of us will go and greet our guests from afar." Haha, big brother Sword Emperor, you said that when we leave our names in history, will my name be first? Or is it you in front? Yi Ruoshue let out a long laugh. Her two white eyebrows suddenly rose as she followed closely behind. The four of them teleported at the same time, appearing directly above the gates of Tsang City as they gazed calmly into the distance. In the distance, a black mass of figures could be seen rushing in their direction. Before they even arrived, a cold, violent aura had already begun to envelop the entire Tsang City. Chapter 367. He's here. Everyone's hearts tightened. Dragon Bastard's small eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly rose into the air from the city wall. He flew in front of the Sword Emperor and offered the black flag in his hand to the Sword Emperor with both hands. He said in a deep voice, "Lord Battle God, I hand over command to you. Dragon will lead thousands of warriors to listen to your command. Return to your position." Sword Emperor nodded and said calmly. Then, his face turned serious and he flew forward again. When he was tens of meters away from the crowd, he turned around and raised the black flag, shouting, "Warriors of the House of Ares, do you see the black flood in the distance? They are from a different plane of existence. Today they came unreasonably and brutally. They want to occupy our territory, conquer our people, rob our things, kill our people, rape our wives and daughters. Tell me, what should we do? Fight, fight, fight. There was no noise, only a unified roar of anger. There was only one word, fight, but it represented everyone's thoughts. In the tens of thousands of years of history, the human race had never surrendered, never retreated. Thousands of years ago, under the attack of the monster race and the barbarian race, they fought bravely. Under the pressure of the divine lord of the divine city, they never surrendered. Finally, they forced the divine lord to make a blood oath, and they lived in peace in the house of Ares for thousands of years. Today the foreign races came and wanted to destroy this peaceful life. They could only use their weapons to defend their peace and dignity. God of war is invincible, never surrender. Fight, fight, fight. Countless roars resounded like mountains and seas, causing the entire sky of Tsang City to tremble. The atmosphere in the air became even gloomier and more oppressive. Kaka, you're well prepared, aren't you? Children, slaughter them all, then you can enjoy all the girls of the human race. Hearing the roars of the Tsang City, Jianghu didn't feel anything strange. Instead, he became even more excited. The Golden Horn God race was known for killing and lasciviousness in the divine world. To them, killing and raping were the things that excited them the most. Kaka, kill them all, rob them all, rape them all. Hundreds of martial saints of the Golden Horn God race shouted excitedly. Under Jianghu's lead, they increased their speed and flew towards the Tsang City. 50 li, 40 li, 30 li, 20 li. The Sword Emperor's expressionless face suddenly revealed a strange smile. He waved the black flag and shouted, "Open the formation." The four emperors who had been waiting at the four corners of the formation slapped down the four blood-colored flags at the same time. All of a sudden, a red beam of light shone in the sky above Tsang City, and a translucent red light shield appeared out of nowhere. The dense fog outside Tsang City instantly spread out, covering all of the Gold Horn God clan members. What's going on? Why is it foggy? Young master, where are you? Everyone be careful. Stop moving forward. This is a formation, a formation. Don't panic, don't panic. This is just an illusion. It won't hurt you. Be careful of the humans' attacks. Jianghu's realm was the highest, so this formation had no effect on him at all. It also had no effect on deity-level experts. However, the martial saints of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe started to panic. They looked around in a daze, their sense of direction completely gone. They immediately became alert, preparing to defend against the sneak attack of the warriors of the House of Ares. Release. The Sword Emperor's flag waved in the air. Suddenly, countless catapults were carried out from the walls of Tsang City. Rows of well-trained warriors started to get busy. A moment later, countless black shadows were thrown out, landing on the heads of the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members. What's that? Enemy sneak attack. Kill. In the illusion formation, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members who had lost their sense of direction suddenly felt countless black shadows falling from the sky. They immediately reacted and started to attack in all directions. Idiots, don't move. These are just ordinary demonic beasts. You will injure your own people if you act like this. However, after a moment of chaos, many Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were injured by their own people. After a moment of chaos, they realized that the things that were thrown at them were stones, burning torches, and countless low-level demonic beasts. However, there were sounds of wind everywhere. They were all startled. There were still a few outsiders who accidentally hurt their own people in their hasty attacks. Release. The Sword Emperor saw that the expected effect was achieved. He continued to wave the flag and commanded the next round of attacks. This time they didn't release these useless items. Instead, they released a small number of armor-piercing arrows from the House of Ares. Of course, these armor-piercing arrows didn't break ordinary armor, but armor condensed from energy. Of course, there weren't that many armor-piercing arrows. On average, there was only one armor-piercing arrow in every 100 arrows. At the same time, the Sword Emperor continued to wave the flag. All the warriors in Tsang City sneakily jumped down from the city. Every Sage Realm warrior brought several Emperor Realm warriors and quickly sneaked towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. Release, release, release. Countless catapults and crossbow bolts were shot towards the Golden Horn God clan without stopping. Countless miscellaneous items, demonic beasts, and all sorts of other things were thrown forward in a torrent. Among so many things, only a few high-level demonic beasts and a few hundred armor-piercing arrows could injure the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. However, they weren't fatal. It was obvious that the Tsang City strategists had held a meeting for a few days to come up with this strategy. It wasn't to injure the enemy but to create chaos. The 2,000 warriors that were quickly approaching were the fatal trump card. Pun. All the warriors in the House of Ares started to release their battle chi. All kinds of weapons condensed from their battle chi started to smash towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe members. Of course, the attacks of almost 2,000 Emperor Realm warriors couldn't injure the Peak Sage Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members at all. They couldn't even break through the black flames condensed on the surface of their armor. Similarly, their attacks were only to create cover and create chaos. The real effect was the sneak attack of the 400 Sage Realm warriors. My eyes can't see. Damn, why are they only shooting at the eyes? Everyone protect your eyes. Fuck you who stabbed my butt. Countless screams and curses could be heard. The target of the 400 Sage Realm warriors was the same. Their battle chi was concentrated on two areas, the weakest point of any race, the eyes and the butt. Moreover, the battle chi they released was condensed into the shape of a needle. It was fast and ruthless. In an instant, almost 100 Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were hit. Human race *CK your mothers. If you have the guts, come at us openly. What kind of hero are you? You idiots, all of you lie down and protect your eyes. Don't care about your butt. Are you blind and can't fight anymore? What's the use of keeping you alive? Jianghu's divine sense was powerful. Although he couldn't attack, he knew the situation like the back of his hand. In the past, the god race had always fought in a straightforward manner. They relied on brute force and brutality to defeat their enemies. Suddenly encountering such a sinister and cunning strategy, they didn't know what to do. They could only jump up and roar angrily. Jianghu let out a sky-shaking roar, and all of the sacred-level Golden Horn Holy Tribe members became obedient. They all held their heads and dug into the ground, but their buttocks were raised high like frightened ostriches. Countless battle chi swarmed over once again. Among those battle chis, countless fine needles were aimed at the center of the Golden Horn God's raised buttocks. For a moment, countless fresh blood and miserable shrieks resounded. The Sage Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members were on the verge of collapsing. How could these humans do this? If they lowered their heads, they would shoot their butts. If they raised their heads, they would shoot their eyes. What was real and what was fake? What was this? Young master, what should we do? If this goes on, all the tribesmen will either be killed by them or driven crazy by them. These humans are too cunning. Our tribesmen can't tell the direction of this formation, but they aren't affected at all. If this formation isn't broken, our tribesmen will be annihilated. The divine-level martial artists next to Jianghu were so infuriated that they jumped up and down like ants on a hot pan. However, the god-rank experts of the House of Ares didn't make a move. If they made a move, they would definitely be smashed into meat paste by that terrifying woman. They didn't know what to do. What should we do? Simple. Just break this damn formation. The Qilin tattoo on Jianghu's face moved as he sneered. Break the formation? The Sage Realm tribesmen can't break this formation. Unless the Heavenly God Realm experts or us make a move. However, if we make a move, we will definitely be killed by that woman. Jianghu, who was at the peak of the Heavenly God Realm, asked in doubt. Thinking of that woman's huge face and beautiful palm, he was still very afraid. Kiki. Jianghu revealed a cruel smile. Looking at the dozen Heavenly God Realm Golden Horn Holy Tribe members behind him, he said coldly, "All of you, go and break that damn formation. The method is very simple. Enter the formation and self-detonate. Such a terrifying energy will definitely cause the formation to explode. Don't worry, I will take care of your families. You can die in peace. After I break the formation, I will let the entire human race die with you." Chapter 368. More than 10 heavenly gods of the Golden Horn God tribe saw the cruel smile on Jianghu's face. They exchanged looks and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, that helplessness turned into insanity and desperation. Jianghu was the only son of the Blood King. He had a high position in the Blood King city just below the Blood King. And their families were all in the Blood King city. Without thinking much, the 10-meter-tall heavenly gods bowed to Jianghu and flew up to the sky above the translucent red light cage. The strange movement of the Golden Horn God tribe caught Jianhuang's attention. Jianhuang and Yi Ruoxue exchanged looks, feeling suspicious. Were they going to take action? Were they afraid that Lord Devour would kill them? However, right after that, they understood what the Golden Horn God tribe wanted to do. The silver flame on the heavenly gods of the Golden Horn God tribe in the sky suddenly became fiercer. However, it didn't spread out. Instead, it started to burn on their bodies. Then more than 10 dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. The enormous energy dashed up to the sky, shattering the translucent red light cage. The red light dispersed and the barrier disappeared. The thick white fog on the ground also began to slowly disperse. All warriors listen to my order. Activate the strongest defense. Wait for Yi Ruoshui's order. Little Yi, you will command the entire army of the House of Aries. If you're lucky enough to survive, please protect the House of Aries. I'll go first. Just before the fireworks exploded, the Sword Emperor revealed a cruel smile. He waved his hand, shooting the black flag into Yi Ruoshui's hand. At the same time he sent a message. Then he faced the sky and laughed crazily. Then he disappeared from the sky above Tsang City. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky above Tsang City was illuminated by so many suns. This time the explosion was unprecedented. The loud noise deafened all the warriors in Tsang City. They couldn't hear anything. They could only hear the ear-piercing noise. The massive shockwave shook the entire Tsang City. The city walls that were dozens of meters high and 10 meters wide started to shake. Eventually they began to crack. On the ground, the warriors of the House of Aries and the Golden Horn God race were all blown away by the shockwave and fell to the ground. Old dog, you dare? A cruel smile appeared in Jianghu's eyes as he looked at the red formation in the sky. The huge energy from the explosion had caused it to shatter into pieces. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. However, before the smile at the corner of his mouth could widen, his face suddenly became strangely cold, and the smile in his eyes instantly disappeared. He suddenly turned his head and roared at the ground. At the same time his figure flashed and he teleported. Haha, little knight, I'm destined to be ranked ahead of you in the history books. Sword Monarch illuminates the heavens, this old man is going. Bang. Before the echo caused by the explosion completely disappeared, another earth-shattering sound rang out. This time, the explosion occurred in the midst of the Golden Horn God clan. Before the Sword Emperor's maniacal laughter could reach everyone's ears, his extremely ordinary laughing face was instantly replaced by a huge explosion and a fiery red mushroom cloud. Brother Sword Emperor, take care. Yi Ruoshui, the Saber Emperor, and the old ancestor of the Shui family all closed their eyes at the same time, raised their heads, and put one hand on their chest to salute silently. The three of them didn't show any pain, regret, or anger on their faces. There was only tranquility, the tranquility before the storm. Lord God of War, take care. The moment the Sword Emperor exploded, all the warriors of the House of Aries simultaneously prostrated on the ground. They fully activated their defense to resist the shockwave caused by the explosion. Then, without caring about the mud on their faces, the broken stones and branches on their heads, the rags on their clothes, their eyes that couldn't open, and their ears that were still ringing, they all stood up together, closed their eyes, slightly raised their heads and put one hand on their chest to salute. Then, they collectively roared at the top of their lungs. Lord God of War, take care. The loud roar resounded again and again, covering the roar of the explosion. It shocked the heavens, the earth, and the remaining 300 Golden Horn God clan members after the explosion. The invincible God of War will never yield. All warriors attack. Kill. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows suddenly straightened as she drew her sword out of its sheath. Her murderous aura burst out. She raised the black flag in her hand and waved it forward without saying anything. She pointed her sword at the remaining Golden Horn God tribe members who were startled. The invincible God of War will never yield. Kill. All the warriors roared at the same time, their battle aura surging. Like a pack of wolves that had lost their leader, they roared and ran forward with their blood-red eyes. The flames of war raged outside of Tsang City, but it was quiet inside the city. Only the Yi family castle was still alive. Behind the mountain by the lake there were rows of people standing. They were all young people and there were at least a few hundred of them. The Spear Emperor stood alone in front, quietly waiting for the order from outside the city. When a dozen or so fireworks lit up the sky they were shocked. Then when they heard the Sword Emperor's wild laughter, they felt their hearts tremble. The Spear Emperor's wrinkled face twisted into a yellow cauliflower. Following that, another firework bloomed. Hundreds of people in the field, like the martial artists outside, placed their hands on their chests and saluted. At the same time, they followed the martial artists outside and roared in unison. The hundreds of young elites did not cry, nor did they show any expression. They simply stared outside the city, clenching their fists tightly. They did not cry, nor did they want to charge out and fight to the death with the foreign races. They knew that their more important mission was to survive. For the future of the House of Aries, they had to survive. Senior, why haven't my brother and sister Qingqing woken up yet? What time is it now? Hurry up and wake them up. On the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, Yu Shishui was still sitting quietly at the entrance of the rooftop. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu were next to her, speaking anxiously. The two of them almost wanted to charge in and wake Yi Qinghan up. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qingwu, and the two people inside the Chilling Heart Pavilion were all seated elites. Furthermore, they were some of the most important people on the list. The battle outside had already reached its climax. It was very likely that Song City would be breached in the next second. At that time, they might not even be able to escape. Don't worry, girl. Although the Golden Horn God race is slightly stronger overall, it is still impossible for them to breach Song City in a short period of time. I will not wake them up until the very last moment. Yu Shishui's divine sense had been spreading out this entire time, paying close attention to everything happening outside Song City. The formation had been breached, but she had not panicked in the slightest. The Sword Emperor had died, but her expression had not changed in the slightest. She believed that this was the fate of a God-rank expert. The greater one's strength, the greater the responsibility. Perhaps the next one to die would be Yi Ruoshui, the Saber Emperor, or her. Since they were all going to die, what was the point of grieving and complaining now? However, after a while, her expression, which had not changed all this while, suddenly fluctuated a little. She even let out a soft cry of surprise. A hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She immediately turned to look at Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu and smiled. The two of them have woken up. Chapter 369. Dark Forest, Dark Castle. Under the grape trellis on the rooftop, Lord Devour was still leisurely reading and eating grapes. It seemed he couldn't get tired of reading this book and he couldn't finish the grapes. All of a sudden the door opened. Madame Jiao in her gray robe walked in with a cup of hot tea. Looking at Lord Devour's back, she smiled and put the hot tea on the crystal table. She bowed and stood aside quietly. Lord Devour acted as if he didn't see her, continuing to read his book. After a while, he tilted his head and said emotionlessly, "What's up?" "Yeah." Madame Jiao smiled and then said, "My lord, you don't want to take care of little Han anymore?" "Why should I care about it?" Lord Devour arched his brows, asking with surprise, "I've repaid his favor, haven't I? Do you owe him a favor?" "No." Madame Jiao was a little surprised, answering with an embarrassed face. "Even if you owe him a favor, you should take care of him. You want me to help him, so you owe me another favor." Lord Devour closed his book, taking a sip of the hot tea. Then he continued, "Do you want to owe me another favor?" "Ah, my lord, you must be joking. I can't repay your favor for the rest of my life. How could I dare to ask for more from you? Ajio will leave now." Madame Jiao bowed one more time, walking away gracefully. "I've helped him once. If Yi Qinghan can't handle such a small matter, I'm wrong about him." Lord Devour put down the teacup, picking up the book and saying faintly, "Ajio, you don't need to go down there. Let's go to Tsang City to watch a good show." However, when she picked up the book, she suddenly looked towards the south in astonishment. Then, her expressionless face revealed a slight smile. She put down the book and stood up, saying, "Ajio, there's no need to go down. Let's go to Tsang City and watch a good show." Ajio was surprised, looking at Lord Devour, but he didn't ask anything. After a while, two shadows, one red and one gray, disappeared from the dark castle. Yi Qinghan felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, there was nothing but darkness and a drop of water that kept dripping down. He felt that this dream seemed to have gone on for a very long time. Perhaps it was a few days, perhaps it was a few years, perhaps it was tens of thousands of years. For such a long time he had nothing to do, as if he could do nothing. Like a bored child watching ants crawling on the ground, he began to study the drop of water. Where did this drop of water come from? Why was it spinning when it dripped down? Why did it create ripples when it landed? In the end, how did it disappear for no reason? He thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it. If the water droplets fell, so be it. If they disappeared, so be it. Why should he care so much? However, when he stopped thinking about it, he suddenly understood. There was a reason why the water droplets fell, there was a reason why they rotated, and there was a reason why they disappeared. Everything was reasonable, and there was no need for him to pursue the reason behind it. All he needed to know was that it had fallen, it had spun, it had disappeared. And then he had woken up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was that he was hugging a girl. This girl seemed a little familiar. This woman was completely naked, and her beautiful body was right next to his body. The sight of it made his entire body suddenly dry up. It seemed like his guy was still in the other party's paradise. Looking at Yu Qingqing's beautiful face that was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then he realized that his lower part was starting to harden again. Oh. Yu Qingqing had just finished listening to the song, but she was woken up by a strange movement. She opened her pearl-like eyes and blinked at Yi Qinghan. Only when she felt that her lower part was filled with something hard did she suddenly wake up. She quickly twisted her body and turned to the side. She covered her face and pulled the quilt. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to see anyone. "Little Qingqing, you're so beautiful. Come, let this young master admire your blooming peach blossoms." Yi Qinghan hurriedly followed up and stuck his body to her. His two big hands went under the blanket and hugged Yu Qingqing from behind. His fiery lower body directly pressed down as if he wanted to let this peach blossom one more time. Humph. A cold snort resounded in the room, splashing cold water on the two people's burning hot bodies and waking them up in an instant. "Yi Qinghan, if you want Song City to be breached, your Yi family's experts to be annihilated, and your ancestor to self-destruct, then you can't do anything you want. You can continue to enjoy it." The cold voice rang out again. This time the two of them heard it clearly and were not as panicked. However, after understanding the content of the words, they became even more panicked. It's the clan leader." Yu Qingqing's face was as red as a ripe strawberry. Like a startled kitten, she suddenly jumped up from the bed and frantically looked around for clothes to wear. What? Yi Qinghan was also startled. He immediately jumped up and put on his clothes as quickly as possible. Then, he waited for Yu Qingqing to finish putting on her clothes before bringing her out of the second floor and onto the rooftop. Qingqing greets the clan leader. "Big brother." "Little Han." The two of them saw Yu Shishui standing calmly on the rooftop, as well as Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, whose faces were filled with joy. "Senior Yu, what's going on?" Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, but didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his attention to the white-robed Yu Shishui and asked anxiously. "Nothing's going on." Yu Shishui looked outside the city and said calmly, "In about 10 minutes, the experts of the House of Ares will be defeated. In half an hour, Song City will be breached. Your ancestor will probably make his move soon and prepare to self-destruct." "Holy shit, is it that serious after a nap?" Yi Qinghan swallowed hard and looked outside the city in fear, but he didn't think too much about it. He cupped his hands at Yu Shishui and said, 10 minutes is enough. Xiao Wu, little Qingqing, little Yu, come with me. Senior, wait for me." Yi Qinghan didn't hide from Yu Shishui. He opened his freedom ring and brought the three girls into the freedom pavilion. "You guys stay here and wait for me to return." After leaving the three girls in the main hall of the freedom pavilion, Yi Qinghan used form displacement transposition to appear in the cultivation room. Only Elder Lu was sitting cross-legged in the empty cultivation room, cultivating. "Little Han, congratulations." Elder Lu opened his beady eyes and smiled at Yi Qinghan. The beard on his chin trembled as he spoke. "There's no time. Elder Lu, do you have a full-body battle robe or some other offensive divine tool?" "I do have a set of battle robes. I bought it in the Immortal realm for fun and it's pretty cool." Elder Lu smiled faintly and took out a black battle robe, a black dragon-shaped mask, and a warrior hat from his interspatial ring. He threw them to Qinghan and said, "Didn't I give you all the sacred weapons last time in the God-slaying mountain? I only have ordinary divine tools. I gave them all to the Yi family and others. I still have a few that I can't use." Yi Qinghan took the black battle robe and laughed bitterly. Then he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "That's right, I still have a saber that I can use. Alright, Elder Lu, I'm leaving." Yi Qinghan didn't waste any more time and disappeared from the Freedom Pavilion. Chapter 370. Outside Song City, the battle had reached its peak. Under Yi Ruoshui's command, the 400 Sage Realm experts of the House of Ares and 2,000 Emperor Realm experts roared and charged towards the Golden Horn Holy Tribe. There were around 600 Golden Horn Holy Tribe experts before they came to Song City. After a round of sneak attacks from the House of Ares, more than 100 of them were injured. However, there were no casualties. On the other hand, the Sword Emperor's Sword Emperor Lights the Heavens had taken over 200 lives. Jian Huang was the strongest God Realm expert of the House of Ares. He was a warrior of the House of Ares who was infinitely close to the peak Heavenly God Realm. Most importantly, the location of his self-detonation was at the center of the Golden Horn God clan's territory. He burned his soul in divine crystal. With such terrifying energy, it was normal for him to kill 200 peak martial saints. Of course, if he had more time, he could have easily killed these 100 peak martial saints in less than half an hour. However, he didn't have the time. Once he did, Jianghu would attack. Thus he could only choose the fiercest and most lethal move. Of the 600 peak martial saints, less than 400 warriors were left after the first round of explosion. Moreover, half of them were injured. The warriors of the House of Ares rushed over. Although they were all crazy, they didn't lose their minds. The emperors surrounded the injured foreign martial artists while the saints fought 2 against 1. Taking advantage of the fact that the foreign martial artists were in a daze from the explosions, they smashed their bodies with all their might. Jianghu roared with a gloomy face. He scolded all the Golden Horn Holy Tribe experts to fight. The 4 peak martial saints beside him didn't dare to speak. They were afraid that Jianghu would go crazy and ask them to self-detonate. Of course, Jianghu didn't dare to ask them to self-detonate to kill people. Self-detonation could destroy the formation. This wasn't against Lord Devour's rules. After all, they had only broken the formation and self-detonated. This was equivalent to giving Lord Devour an explanation. If he asked the peak Heavenly God Realm experts to kill people, he was afraid that Lord Devour would kill him in anger. After a while, under Jianghu's continuous roars, under the leadership of the 200 uninjured experts, the Golden Horn Holy Tribe managed to stabilize their footing. After all, they were all at the peak of the martial saint realm. As long as the Black Flame Barrier was activated, the Emperor Realm martial artists could only watch helplessly. Although the number of martial saints in the House of Ares was almost enough, how many peak martial saints were there in the House of Ares? There were only a dozen of them, and Dragon Butt was the strongest. As for people like Yi Jian who had just stepped into the Saint Realm, he had not completely grasped the Saint Realm. Although he could barely reach the peak of the first level of the Saint Realm after merging with his beast, there were still a lot of saints like him. Emperor Realm martial artists, retreat. Yi Ruoxue coldly gave the order, and all 2,000 Emperor Realm martial artists retreated to the top of Tsang City's city walls. When the 2,000 Emperor Realm martial practitioners returned, there were less than 1,500 left. Moreover, there were countless who were either injured or crippled. However, they also managed to take away close to 100 injured Golden Horn Holy Clansmen's lives during the chaos. It could be considered a profit. Yi Ruoxue frowned slightly. The situation was a little different from what he had expected. These foreign races had calmed down so quickly. One had to know that these ingenious tactics had been developed by countless strategists in the House of Ares after many days and nights of research. Originally, the Emperor Realm martial artists had predicted that they would be able to kill half of the injured foreign races. Now that the foreign races had stabilized their footing, he naturally wouldn't let these Emperor Realm martial artists die in vain. Yi Jian was suffering. He carefully avoided the Golden Horn Holy Clansmen's attacks while cursing in his heart. Why didn't the foreign races descend a few months earlier? Why did they let him descend after he had broken through to the Saint Realm? His beast was only at the 7th level and he had just broken through to the Saint Realm. Even his Saint Realm had just been comprehended not long ago. Now he had to risk his life against a group of crazy peak martial saints. He still believed that death wasn't scary. What he was afraid of was that his death would be worthless. He had just broken through to the Saint Realm and returned from the Yi family's back mountain. He was prepared to show off his skills and restore the prestige of the first house and reclaim the glory that belonged to him. Now he had suddenly joined this inexplicable war, and it was very likely that he would die inexplicably. In the end, he would become an insignificant person at the bottom of the list of countless deaths in the history books. He wasn't willing to accept this. He wasn't willing to let his life end like this and become a grain of sand in the torrent of history. Therefore he was very careful. His attacks were also pretentious and his priority was to preserve his life. He wanted to survive this calamity so that he could shine in the future. Yi Tianlong was also very depressed. Although his understanding of laws wasn't high and he had only reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, his beast was at the 8th level. After merging, his battle chi could reach the peak of the Saint Realm. Although his laws were a little low, he could still fight a few hundred rounds with a foreign race member in front of him. He wasn't afraid of death. He also knew that if this continued he would definitely die. He just wanted to see the woman he had been thinking about for 50 years before he died. Old Man Dragon and Yi Qingyo were also depressed. They always felt a trace of regret that they couldn't see their granddaughter's wedding. But this trace of regret was turned into a frenzied killing intent by the two. Among the hundreds of people, the two's attacks were the fiercest. Moreover, they were fighting together. The Dragon Slayer's dragon-seizing hand directly dispelled the flame barrier around the outsider. Then, the Night Green Ox unleashed a Kuei Ox chop to heavily injure the outsider bound by the Dragon Slayer. The laws of wood and the laws of destruction complemented each other seamlessly. Their combat strength was ferocious. But after the two killed more than 10 foreign races, they became the focus of the battlefield. Their initial attack turned into a beating. The two of them had a hard time resisting and narrowly escaped death several times. The saints from the Hua family and Feng family were the ones who killed the most people. The Hua family specialized in assassinations, and such a chaotic situation was a good place for them to perform. The Feng family was very smart. They hid behind the people and swung their swords wildly. In the end, they only targeted the injured foreign races. The results were obvious. The hundreds of saints were not afraid of death, but they all had their own thoughts. Some bravely died, some secretly cowered. Some went crazy, some fought bravely, some became more and more shocked. But at this moment, everyone knew that the House of Ares had lost. In the end, some of them might be able to survive, but they could only surrender in humiliation. Only then would they be able to prolong their feeble existence. The Golden Horn God race was known for their warlike, cruel, and lecherous nature. Once they stabilized their position, they started fighting. But they realized that these enemies were not very strong. Hence, the more they fought, the braver they became, completely suppressing the divine battle manner. The House of Ares also suffered more and more casualties. More than a third of their saints had died, and the number was still increasing. Kaka, children, all transform for me. Kill these abominable humans for me. Don't leave a single one alive. Seeing that the time was right, Jianghu's eyes turned red as he decisively gave the order to attack. The losses this time were too great. He did not know how he would conquer the remaining race and the small island in the East Sea if the humans did not find the divine sword. But at this moment he couldn't care less. If he didn't crush all these humans who had caused him to suffer heavy losses into mincemeat, he wouldn't be able to calm down until he vented his anger. Kaka. The remaining 200 or so Golden Horn God race warriors were all in good condition. Under Jianghu's command, they all roared in excitement. Then the black flames on their bodies surged and their bodies became thicker. The two horns on their heads grew infinitely long and thick. Various tattoos wandered on their faces and their eyes became slightly dark red. It's over? Yi Tianlong's eyes revealed a trace of despair. He raised his head high and looked towards Tsang City with nostalgia. But he did not see that woman. He was slightly disappointed. His battle aura surged and he roared as he charged towards the Golden Horn God race warriors. The final battle had arrived. Countless people roared as they charged forward. There were also many who hesitated. Of course, there were also a few who started to retreat secretly. Chapter 371. Yi Ruoshui's two white eyebrows bent helplessly. The moment the Golden Horn God clan transformed, she hesitated. He wanted to give the order to withdraw, but he didn't dare to bear the infamy of surrendering to Wanshi. However, if they did not surrender, the remaining 200 sages in the House of Ares would all die. Retreat. In the end, his eyes flashed with determination. He swung the flag and inserted it into the city wall of Tsang City. He exchanged glances with the Blade Emperor and the old ancestor of the Shui clan. With a loud roar, his body disappeared into thin air. Humph! This move again? Jianghu snorted coldly and his body disappeared directly. Yi Ruoshui let out a furious roar, and all the sages who were charging forward stopped in their tracks at the same time and quickly retreated. Although they didn't understand what was going on, military orders had to be obeyed. They could only retreat. On the other hand, the sages who were originally retreating ran even faster. Old 3, you and Yushishue will take the elite seedlings and teleport to Violet Island. As long as the Golden Horn God race doesn't return to the divine world, they are not allowed to leave. This is Big Brother's order. Executed immediately. When the Saber Emperor saw Yi Ruoshui toss the command flag over, he immediately sent a message to the Spear Emperor, who was in the back mountains of the Yi clan, as well as to Yushishue, who was in the Chilling Heart Pavilion sky platform. After he finished transmitting his voice, he cast his gaze forward, waiting for Yi Ruoshui to appear, waiting for her to turn into a brilliant firework. However, what happened next didn't play out as he had expected. His divine sense discovered that the Spear Emperor and Yushishue hadn't teleported away. But Yi Ruoshui seemed to have teleported to the wrong location? Yi Ruoshui had actually teleported above the sage domain of the House of Ares, causing Jianghu, who had teleported above the Golden Horn God race and was waiting for Yi Ruoshui to arrive, to lock onto him with his god domain, to miss. What was going on? The Saber Emperor and the Shui clan's ancestor looked at each other in bewilderment. The Spear Emperor and Yushishue had fallen asleep? Yi Ruoshui was drunk? Jianghu's eyes were also filled with bewilderment. Scary, right? Why did it suddenly change? Why didn't it self-destruct this time? Is it fun for you to teleport here and there? However, he did not dare to take action in advance and could only lock onto the 3 divine-level experts. Once the 3 of them teleported above the Golden Horn God race, he would immediately suppress them with his God domain, not giving them the chance to self-detonate. At the same time, he immediately stopped the charge of the Saint-ranked Golden Horn God race. Since the human race had started to retreat, they might be preparing to surrender. Therefore, he decided to observe for a while. Of course, Yu Shishui and the Spear Emperor weren't asleep, and Yi Ruoshui wasn't drunk either. In that moment, both the Spear Emperor and Yi Ruoshui received a transmission from Yu Shishui. The content of the transmission was only 2 words: "Wait a moment." Of course, Yu Shishui wouldn't send a voice transmission for no reason. She hadn't even sent a voice transmission when the Sword Emperor had self-detonated. Now that she suddenly sent a voice transmission to him, she must have her own intentions. Therefore, the Spear Emperor and Yi Ruoshui chose to trust her. However, the 2 of them waited for a while, but they didn't know what they were waiting for, and there were no changes in their surroundings. The sky was still gray and gloomy, but there was a slight wind. It was probably going to rain soon. Charge. Flatten the city in front of us. Jianghu waited for a while, but Yi Ruoshui was still standing in the air in a daze. He thought that he had been tricked and he flew into a rage. He waved his hand and ordered the Golden Horn God race to charge. He also decided to advance with the Saint-ranked Golden Horn God race. That way he could stop the 3 God rank experts from self-detonating at any time. Charge, your sisters charge. Just as the Golden Horn God race below Jianghu was about to let out an angry roar and attack, a roar came from the sky. An explosive roar came from the sky, causing their roars to die in their throats. It was as if a bone was grabbed in their throat, unable to move up or down. It was extremely uncomfortable. This voice seemed to be very young but also very old. It seemed to be very sharp but also very deep. Furthermore, this voice had obviously been enhanced by battle chi. The voice had also been intentionally altered, making it difficult to distinguish the original voice. This voice was incredibly loud after being enhanced by battle chi. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the sky above Tsang City. The thousands of Tsang City martial artists were all dumbfounded. It's windy and thundering. It's going to rain soon. Why are you guys still messing around here? The voice continued. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes it was deep, and sometimes it was deep. It made people want to vomit blood. At the same time, a black figure rapidly glided down from the sky, gliding towards the center of the 2 teams. His movement was elegant and at ease. However, when everyone looked at this figure in shock, their expressions of being struck by lightning turned into one of being struck by lightning again. Black lines appeared on their faces and some people's hair even stood on end. He couldn't tell if the person was a man or a woman, nor could he see his appearance. He also couldn't determine his age. This was because this person was covered in a black robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. On his back was a black devil's cape, and on his face was a Qilin mask. He wore a black bamboo hat on his head. Alright, this wasn't important. What was important was that this person had a very strange weapon on his waist. It seemed to be similar to the butcher's butcher knife. Jianghu and the rest of the Golden Horn God race were confused. They recognized this robe and this attire. This was the attire of an honorary god of war in the heavenly realm, the god of war robe. However, this god of war robe didn't have any stars that represented its grade. Also, the quality of this robe seemed to be inferior. Obviously, it was forged. However, why would the god of war robe, which represented glory and power, appear in this realm? Most importantly, it was forged. Forging a god of war robe was a serious crime. In the heavenly realm, only a small number of bandits would do this on purpose. The people from the House of Ares were also confused. Where did this fierce person come from? He actually came out with a butcher knife so arrogantly. No. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air? Could he be a god-level expert? But there were only so many god-level experts on the continent. Could he be from the heavenly realm? There were butchers in the heavenly realm too? Otherwise, why would there be a butcher knife? Yi Ruoshui, the Saber Emperor and the old ancestor of the Shui family, had a sudden flash in their eyes. They looked at each other and smiled. However, Yi Ruoshui seemed to recall something. He frowned, especially when he used his divine consciousness to cover the dark forest and found that there was no one in the dark castle. His brows furrowed even more. Who are you? Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for tearing you apart. Jianghu's eyes twinkled. Apparently he was very angry. However, he was afraid that another Lord Devourer would appear. Thus he didn't act rashly. Instead he spoke coldly. This old man's surname is Lord? I come from the Tang Kingdom of the East. I passed by this place and saw that you guys were slaughtering. I couldn't bear it, so I came to ask you to stop. Minotaur, give me some face and let this go. How about that? The black-cloaked man stood in the air. While talking, he turned his head, his back facing Xianxia. It seemed that he wasn't afraid of a sneak attack. The black devil cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, which made him look imposing. However, the butcher knife at his waist looked a little funny. Who the F***ck are you? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Xianxia didn't dare to move anymore. Facing a God General Realm expert and 4 Peak of Heaven God Realm experts, he dared to be so arrogant. If he wasn't a fool, he must be a super expert. This man's power was only at the Martial Saint realm. However, he had appeared out of nowhere. It was really strange. You dare to attack me? I'm just a Martial Saint realm warrior. I'm sure that before you can do anything, you will become a pile of meat paste. Have you forgotten the big handprint in the Divine City? I'm not afraid to tell you that His Excellency is probably here. If you don't believe me, you can try. The black-cloaked man didn't seem to be a super expert. He was just a fool who had exploded his power. He had pointed out that he was just a Martial Saint realm expert. He had even boldly used Lord Devour's name to intimidate others. Martial Saint realm? F***ck. Xianxia was startled when he heard that. He had just seen the black-cloaked man teleport here with such attire. He was a little dumbfounded. However, after probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this person was truly a martial sage. He had probably comprehended the law of space, which was of little value, and had come up with a half-baked teleportation technique to scare people. Right, his teleport seemed to have a big space fluctuation. He was a Martial Saint realm warrior, a trashy lunatic who had just entered the Martial Saint realm. This place wasn't the divine realm. How could there be so many hermit experts? The more he thought about it, the clearer his mind became. He was so enraged that his face darkened. He was a God General warrior. How could he be frightened by a piece of trash? If this news spread out, he would lose a lot of face. As he was enraged, his face twisted. He swung his hand and shouted indignantly, I won't do it. I won't make a move. My children, charge forward and tear this person into minced meat. Tear all the cultivators below the divine level in the city into minced meat. Xianxia, you 4 come here with me. If the human god realm warriors dare to move, kill them all. No need. The black-cloaked man's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It was even stronger than the peak Martial Saint realm warrior of the Golden Horn God clan. Shouting, he took out the pig slaughtering knife from his waist and swung it forward. A green knife wave gushed out, illuminating the dark sky of Tsang City. Stepping on the void, he flew toward the Golden Horn God clan. At the same time, his strange voice that could make people vomit blood arose again. Since you guys are so stubborn, I will send you all to hell today. This pig slaughtering knife hasn't seen blood for 10,000 years. Today I won't kill pigs. I will kill beast. Chapter 372. A 1 person against 100? This lunatic who just entered the Martial Saint realm wanted to fight hundreds of peak Martial Saints alone? It seemed like this person was crazy. He probably couldn't be cured. Did he think he could go against the heavens just because he was wearing a fake God of War robe, a broken bamboo hat, and a strange blade? Xianxia's lips curled into a mocking smile as he watched the black-robed man charge towards his own people like a ferocious tiger. There were many lunatics with delusions in the divine realm. He didn't expect to meet one in this material plane. Thinking of the black-robed man's arrogance and rudeness, he couldn't help but smile cruelly. He couldn't wait to see his subordinates tear this lunatic into pieces. Thinking of the scene of blood splattering, limbs being separated, and minced meat flying in the air, he got a little excited. Looking at the hundreds of saint-leveled Golden Horn Holy Clan members charging at them with mountainous auras, the black-robed man started to counterattack. Looking at the devil's cloak fluttering in the wind, looking at the cyan blade wave that illuminated the sky, everyone on the Tsang City wall fell silent. Their expressions were very interesting. Many people were dumbfounded, such as Yi Tianlong, Yi Jian, and countless other experts from the 4 major families. This scene of 1 against 100 was so familiar. Many of them had done it before and seen it before. But what they were facing or seeing were powerful martial artists pouncing on a group of weaker martial artists. He had never seen a weak martial artist charge against a group of strong martial artists. Had the world gone mad? Had it become chaotic? This black-robed man was undoubtedly a human. Only the House of Ares and the Hidden Island had pure humans. Not to mention the Divine City, he was already in such a state. There probably wasn't such a promising person. The Hidden Island didn't seem possible either. Those gangsters and bandits didn't have the habit of helping people do good deeds. Moreover, they did good deeds without leaving their names. Then, was this person from the House of Ares? But this person had obviously just broken through to the Sage Realm. There weren't many peak Emperor Realm experts in the House of Ares. Dragon City and the 5 major families had a clear record of this. Moreover, all the peak Emperor Realm experts were in Song City. Then, who was this person? Many people were confused, such as Yi Chong, Tian Qing, and the martial artist who had been to Luotian Mountain's Heaven's Path. This scene? Why did it feel so familiar? Of course, they didn't dare to think of the young man who went crazy at Mount Luotian. After all, even the legendary Tian Mai individual couldn't cultivate from the first level of the Emperor Realm to the first level of the Saint Realm in a few months. Still the same question, who was this person? Yi Ruoshui frowned again, Saber Emperor smiled faintly, and Shui clan's ancestor was a little jealous. However, the 3 of them were clearly worried. Yi Ruoshui kept using her divine sense to scan the continent over and over again. She even scanned the rooftop of the dark castle. However, he couldn't find the red-clothed woman's figure, so he couldn't help but become even more worried. Looking at the ferocious demon cloak and the dazzling butcher knife, he, the Blade Emperor, and the ancestor of the Shui clan looked at each other. The 3 of them nodded at the same time, as if they had made some kind of decision. More than 200 members of the Golden Horn God clan were engulfed in black flames. The black, thick, and long horns on its head shone with a dark light. Looking at the black-robed man charging towards them, they didn't show any emotion. Since the young master said that he was a Saint Realm warrior, then he must be trash. To them, who were at the peak of the Saint Realm, all the Saint Realm warriors in the material plane were trash. Therefore, they ignored the black-robed man who was getting closer and closer. Only 3 of them charged towards the black-robed man while the rest continued to charge forward. Their thick and strong legs didn't even tremble a little. "Haha, you bastards dare to look down on me? Take this move of mine, a butcher knife leaves no trace behind." The black-robed man's sharp and deep voice sounded again. The black-robed man directly charged towards the Golden Horn God clan. He didn't stop at all. It seemed like he wanted to fight them head-on. Golden Horn God of Destruction. Go and die. The black horns on the heads of the 3 Golden Horn God clan flickered even more frequently. The corners of their mouths revealed a cruel and mocking smile. This puny human didn't even dodge when facing their golden horns? One must know that even a normal God Realm expert wouldn't dare to take such an attack from the 3 of them. Looking at the black-robed man charging towards them, the corners of the 3's mouths curled up at the same time, revealing a sinister and wild smile. However, before their smiles could widen, they felt a sudden fluctuation in the space around the black-robed man, and this fluctuation quickly spread towards the space around the 3 of them. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples to appear. When the ripple was transmitted to their side, all of a sudden, a strange change occurred. They felt as if their advancing bodies had suddenly crashed into a wall, causing them to stop abruptly. However, this wasn't the most frightening thing. What frightened them the most was that they suddenly realized that they couldn't move. Then they saw a bewitching purple light flash and the 3 of them completely lost consciousness. When they regained consciousness, they were even more frightened. They found that their bodies seemed to be constantly floating. That's not right, it was their heads that were continuously falling down. They saw their opponent's head falling down as well. Their opponent's body, which was still standing upright, was constantly spewing out green blood. Then all 3 of them lost consciousness at the same time. Shio. The Golden Horn God clan members on both sides were still charging forward, but the Golden Horn God clan members at the back suddenly stopped. They blinked their eyes at the same time, looking at the 3 bodies that were still spurting out blood, as well as the 3 heads with their eyes wide open on the ground. They were confused. What's going on? Without waiting for them to think clearly, the black-robed man continued charging forward. Then a strange ripple appeared in the space, followed by a purple radiance. Then the black-robed man easily walked through the center of the Golden Horn God clan members who were standing there foolishly. His figure was very elegant. A strange saber emitting green saber waves directly slashed across the neck of the Golden Horn God clan members. Then the black-robed man didn't even look at them. The black-robed man continued moving forward. After a moment, the heads behind him slowly fell to the ground, green blood spurting out. The black-robed man's black demonic cloak and butcher knife charged forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already perfectly passed through the Golden Horn God clan's formation. Only when he reached the back of the formation did he stop. Behind him was a row of headless bodies with blood spurting out, as well as countless heads with their eyes wide open. Drip, drip, drip. When the black-robed man was halfway through his charge, the Golden Horn God clan members on both sides had already stopped. All of them stared at the black whirlwind in a daze as it blew past them. Until the last head fell to the ground, the entire place was silent, deathly silent. Only the sound of the black-robed man's demonic cloak fluttering in the wind, as well as the dripping sound of the butcher knife dripping blood. Drip, drip, drip. Blood continued to drip from the black-robed man's blade, dripping onto the ground. The yellow ground was dyed greenish-black, and the faces of the thousands of people in Tsang City were also dyed greenish-black. The sky above Tsang City seemed to have turned even darker. The wind was getting stronger, a storm seemed to be coming. Chapter 373. This pig slaughtering knife, leaving no trace for 1,000 li? This move was called pig slaughtering knife, leaving no trace for 1,000 li? Jianghu wasn't thinking about anything at this moment. Instead, he kept repeating the name of the move that the black-robed man had just mentioned. There was nothing wrong with the knife, but how could it not leave a trace? Wasn't there blood on the knife? Giving random names was not good. Giving random names was not right. Giving random names was very immoral. Yi Tianlong was even more confused. Yi Jian was even more confused. Everyone else was even more confused now. This situation was inexplicable. A first-level Saint Realm martial artist killed a peak Saint Realm martial artist as if he was slaughtering a pig? Had the world gone crazy? Was this the way of the world and not the way of the past? Countless people began to rub their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they still saw a ground full of corpses, the black man standing proudly, and the pig slaughtering knife dripping with blood. Yi Chang was even more confused. Tianqing was even more confused. Of course, those who saw that youth at the Luotian mountain were even more confused. The enchanting purple light was correct. The aura and methods of killing were also correct. However, they still couldn't believe it. Could that youth really be a Heaven Meridian expert? Or was there someone else in this world with the same skills as that youth? Otherwise, how could the spatial fluctuations be explained? How could this robe and this pig slaughtering knife be explained? Yi Ruoxue, Saber Emperor, and old ancestor Shui smiled. At this moment, they didn't release their divine senses to search for that woman. Instead, they exchanged glances. Their solemn expressions became even more resolute, and they held their weapons even tighter. As the last drop of blood dripped, the black-robed man slowly turned around without saying anything. He slightly raised his bamboo hat, and the Qilin mask on his face seemed to look even more ferocious. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, making his devil cloak flutter even louder. Swish! Raising the pig slaughtering knife in his hand, he dashed to the left again. Like a black whirlwind, he swept towards the golden horn celestial race on the left. Devil, he is a devil. The devil is here, run. Only when a few heads floated up did the golden horn celestial race awaken. Their faces turned dark green, and the tattoos on their faces stopped moving. Boundless fear and fear filled their eyes. They were afraid and they began to run. The great golden horn holy tribe was not afraid of any battle, nor was it afraid of death. However, facing such a strange situation, they were afraid. Without hesitation, they ran away. Fear was the easiest thing to spread. Fear and madness were the same. Once they were infected, they would spread infinitely. If this black-robed man was stronger than them, they wouldn't be afraid. Instead, the death of their comrade would stimulate their blood type and cause them to go crazy. But the current situation was too strange. Only the legendary 9 Hells Fiends would have such methods. No, that's right. The frantically escaping Golden Horn God race warriors had finally woken Jianghu up. At that moment he understood many things. For instance, the name of this technique was definitely wrong. For instance, this black-robed man had definitely obtained a Soul Emperor treasure. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a situation where the weak slaughtered the strong. As the only son of the Blood King, he had seen many such things. But for those martial artists who could kill the strong with their weak strength, it was all because they had precious treasures on them. And in this material plane, precious treasures could only be found in the small divine pavilion left behind by the Soul Emperor in this plane's spatial turbulence. And the appearance of this war god robe was easy to explain. This black-robed man had obtained a precious treasure left behind by the Soul Emperor. Similarly, the purpose of this trip, the 12th sword, was definitely with this black-robed man. A precious treasure that could allow a first-level Sage Realm expert to easily kill a group of peak Sage Realm experts. What kind of treasure was it? Thinking of this, Jianghu suddenly burst into laughter. This shocked Yi Ruoxue and the other two. They almost couldn't control themselves from teleporting. Ignoring Yi Ruoxue and the other two, Jianghu coldly stared at the black-robed man and shouted at the escaping Golden Horn God race warriors, "You stupid pigs, he isn't a fiend. How could a nine hells fiend appear in a material plane? He only obtained a treasure that could temporarily increase his strength. Listen up, as the young master of the Blood King City, I order you to kill him. Whoever dares to retreat, I will kill his entire family. Of course, whoever kills him, I will grant him a city in honor for generations." Kill his entire family? Grant him a city? The two completely different treatments made all the Golden Horn God race warriors stop in their tracks of escape. But when they heard that their entire family would be killed, they didn't dare to run. But when they heard that they would be granted a city, they went crazy and started running back. The city that Jianghu was talking about was obviously not the Blood King City, but one of the 88 small cities under the Blood King City. But the small cities in the God Realm couldn't be compared to the small cities in the Fire Dragon continent. The small cities there were dozens of times the size of the Fire Dragon Plain. They were all Sage Realm experts. Normally they were the lowest level warriors in their race. But now they had the opportunity to become the master of a city? Of course they went crazy and started to charge at the black-robed man. If they ran they would die and their entire family would die. If they advanced they would have hope and glory. Anyone would choose the latter. A bunch of idiots. Aren't you afraid of death after being tricked? I will send all of you back. A pig slaughtering with a knife, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. When the black-robed man saw this, he stopped chasing after the Golden Horn God race warriors and murmured to himself. His hand gently wiped the blade that was covered with greenish-black blood. Then he waved his hand abruptly. A cyan saber wave was spurted out and resolutely rushed towards the red-eyed Golden Horn God clansmen. Below Tsang City, a black whirlwind started to blow again, making the wind that was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh! Blood and heads flew everywhere under Tsang City. The space above Tsang City suddenly trembled, and two people appeared out of nowhere. The cold and elegant Yu Shishue and the white-haired, white-bearded Spear Emperor appeared above Tsang City's gate at the same time. "Little Yi, congratulations. Brother Ruoshue, congratulations." The two instantly appeared above Tsang City and looked at the black-robed man with deep meaning. At the same time they transmitted a message to Yi Ruoshue. "Lord Devour isn't in the Darkness Castle. I can't find him." Yi Ruoshue didn't turn around, nor did she look happy. Instead, she had a serious expression on her face as she transmitted a message to the two of them. Yu Shishue and the Spear Emperor's expressions simultaneously changed. They didn't say anything, but they closed their eyes and spread their divine senses out to scan the continent. However, after they scanned the area a few times, especially when they scanned the empty rooftop of the Dark Castle, their expressions turned ugly at the same time. Chem? Their divine senses attracted Jianghu's attention, especially Yu Shishue, who had just become a deity not too long ago. She wasn't very familiar with her divine sense, so the ripples she caused were much stronger. Their dark expressions didn't escape Jianghu's notice. He muttered to himself for a moment, then began to spread out his divine sense. After a few rounds of probing, his expression suddenly changed and became very complicated. That terrifying woman wasn't in the castle? And she wasn't in the Flame Dragon realm either? What was going on? Had that woman left the Flame Dragon realm? Or was she hiding? Jianghu was extremely confident in his divine sense. He firmly believed that even if that woman was a god emperor, there was no way she could hide so well that he couldn't detect her. As he watched more and more of his clansmen's heads float into the air, and as that butcher's knife danced around more and more, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'll bet. I'll go all out. Jianghu, all of you prepare to activate the teleportation array. Once I succeed, I'll immediately teleport back to the God realm. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate to send a message to the four-peak heavenly gods. Jianghu and the others didn't know what their young master was going to do, but Jianghu had already given the order. Without any hesitation, they took out a triangular black stone from their spatial ring. This was something the Blood King had prepared to protect Jianghu's life. It was an emergency teleportation array. As long as the four of them crushed the triangular stone at the same time, a teleportation array would appear in the sky and take them straight to the Blood King City. Die for this, Daddy. Under the terrified gazes of Yi Ruoshue and the others, Jianghu's figure suddenly teleported. In the next second, he appeared next to the black-robed man below, a sinister smile on his face. He immediately activated his god domain and enveloped the black-robed man. At the same time, a wave of golden flames shot towards the black-robed man, trying to burn him to ashes. No! Yi Ruoshue roared. The 5 heavenly gods in the sky above Tsang City emitted white flames at the same time, then disappeared from the sky above Tsang City. Chapter 374. Jianghu wanted to gamble. This divine sword was very important to both his father and his uncle. Because this divine sword was one of the keys to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion, which was the #1 treasure trove in the divine realm. The Soul Emperor was the most important person in the divine realm. His treasures were undoubtedly the most important. However, this wasn't the most important thing. In the end, Jianghu made up his mind to let the black-robed man, who was at the initial stage of the Martial Saint level, instantly kill a bunch of Martial Saint level treasures. This treasure was so magical that it was a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. Even if he got the divine sword, it would belong to his father and uncle. Whatever he got from the Soul Emperor Pavilion would belong to his uncle and father. But the black-robed man's supreme treasure was different. He got it so it would belong to him. So he did not hesitate to let the 4 peak heavenly god treasures activate the teleportation formation. He teleported and burned the black-robed man to ashes with his flames. As for the divine sword and the supreme treasure in the black-robed man's spatial ring, he was not worried. His flames did not have the ability to melt those treasures. When Jianghu moved, Yi Ruoshui also moved. Lord Devour was not here. The 5 of them could not watch the hope of the House of Ares, or the black-robed man, who could bring hope to the fire dragon plane, die. So from the beginning, Yi Ruoshui, Saber Emperor, and Ancestor Shui had decided that if Jianghu attacked, the 3 of them would protect the black-robed man at all costs. But they did not expect that Jianghu would not care about his own life. He was not afraid that Lord Devour would smash him to pieces. He did not let his subordinates do it but did it himself. Although it was different from what they had expected, the 5 of them did not waver. They teleported. They decided to use their lives to exchange for the black-robed man's survival. Kid, let the protector of the god-slaying mountain take you to Purple Island. You can take revenge for us when you break through to the god realm. The 5 of them ignited with flames. Before teleporting, they sent messages to the black-robed man. When they appeared again, they were between the black-robed man and Jianghu. The white flames on their bodies were even more intense. They were about to use their bodies to resist the attack. Wait. The black-robed man could not stay calm anymore. He shouted. His voice was not sharp and deep like before. It was a young man's voice. He shouted urgently, Lord, the alien race violated the rules first. Why don't you act? Lord, make a move? Jianghu and Yi Ruoshui were startled at the same time. A trace of fear appeared on Jianghu's face. However, he didn't hesitate and continued to shoot the golden flame in his hand forward. At that moment, the 5 of them were delighted. However, seeing that Jianghu did not stop attacking, they had no choice but to continue emitting white flames toward the golden flames. Buzz. All of a sudden, a ray of gentle white light suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire sky of Tsang City. This light was very warm, very cozy, and very comfortable, so much so that no one in Tsang City wanted to move. No, it wasn't that he didn't want to move but that he couldn't. Yi Qianlong's eyes widened in horror. Yi Jian's mouth was still wide open. Yi Chang found that he couldn't open his eyes. The 4 peak heavenly gods of the Golden Horn Celestial Clan found that they couldn't move their hands that were about to crush the triangular divine stone. Jianghu's golden flames were still suspended in mid-air, while the white flames on Yi Ruoshui and the others' bodies were still burning. The black-robed man's pig-slaughtering knife had a drop of greenish-black blood at the tip of the knife. It wanted to drip down but it couldn't. The entire world was quiet. The entire world seemed to have stopped. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. The clouds in the sky stopped drifting, the wind stopped blowing, and the raindrops that were about to fall also stopped falling. A huge face appeared in midair once again. It was a blurry yet clear face. It was a woman's face. Not many people in the god world dare to violate the rules that I set. Your big uncle doesn't dare, your father doesn't dare, but you dare to violate it? A faintly discernible voice suddenly resounded. Sometimes it was near, sometimes it was vicissitude, and sometimes it was young. It was very strange. The voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like it was ringing in the ears of thousands of people. Everyone could hear it clearly. After the voice finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew from the huge face, brushing past everyone. Those who were brushed by the breeze suddenly realized that they could move. When the breeze brushed past Jianghu, the golden flames on his body disappeared without a sound. When it brushed past Yi Ruoshui and the others, the white flames on their bodies also disappeared. The clouds in the sky continued to drift, the wind blew, and the raindrops continued to fall. Drip, drip, drip. The entire place resumed its tranquility. The only sound was the sound of blood dripping from the butcher's knife. The ticking sound rang in everyone's ears and hearts, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate at the same time. Sir, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will return to the God world now. I will never come to the fire dragon plane again. Please don't kill me. Give me a chance. Give my big uncle face. My big uncle will remember this favor. Jianghu's face turned ashen. He directly kneeled in the air, kowtowing unceasingly to the massive face. He knew that the massive face had appeared one more time and he didn't have a chance anymore. Similarly, he could fall today, vanishing from this world. No one can go against my will. You can't. Your father can't. Your big uncle can't. Lord Devour pondered for a while. His voice was emotionless, as if he was talking about something trivial. Crippled Emperor? Jinkan? I'll give him face. He's an important person. If I don't give him face, he's nothing. So, you can die now. After saying that, the huge face changed again and turned into a beautiful crystal clear palm. Slowly and lightly, it flew towards Jianghu. Its speed was slow, but it reached Jianghu in the blink of an eye. It grabbed Jianghu in its palm. Then, it exerted a little force. Like a clay doll, Jianghu was pinched by that beautiful palm, turning into specks of dust that floated down from the sky. There was no minced meat, no blood, and not even a divine crystal. Everything had turned into dust. It seemed slow, but it happened very fast. Actually, from Jianghu's teleportation to Yi Ruoshui's teleportation, the black-cloaked man's roar, the massive face's appearance, and Jianghu turning into dust, only a few blinks had passed. Young master. Until Jianghu turned into dust, the four-peak heavenly god realm experts finally got themselves together. When the massive face appeared in the god city, they had used their soul consciousness to sense that Jianghu had been smashed into a puddle of blood. However, they hadn't seen it directly. This was the first time they saw it, so they were bewildered. Then they pulled themselves together. Their faces changed as they screamed in pain. You guys can go to the god world now. Tell the crippled emperor that I killed him. If you're not convinced, you can come and find me. Devour. The massive face said before disappearing in the sky of Tsang City. Devour? Devour. Dancing butterfly war god? When the four-peak heavenly god realm experts heard this name, they were a little confused. Eventually, they thought of something. Their faces changed again. They opened their eyes wide, looking at the place where the massive face had disappeared. They shivered. After a while, their faces turned ashen. Without a word, they crushed the triangular stones in their hands. A seven-colored radiance lit up the sky, and a black hole slowly appeared in the radiance. As for the four deity-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members, they directly teleported and brought the remaining dozens of Martial Saint-level Golden Horn Holy Clan members into the black hole. Finally, with a flash of light, they disappeared into the sky. It's done. I'm going now. The dead silence outside Tsang City was once again broken by a sharp and low voice. The black-cloaked man lifted his bamboo hat and nodded at Yi Ruoshui. He then waved his butcher knife in the air and sheathed it before disappearing. Citizens of the House of Ares, the battle has ended. We have won. Yi Ruoshui looked at the corpses and broken limbs on the ground. She smiled bitterly. She raised her hands and shouted. One. The invincible god of war will never surrender. Following Yi Ruoshui's shout, the 1,000+ people on the Tsang City wall raised their hands. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted excitedly. Their voices reverberated throughout Tsang City. Chapter 375. Whoosh. The heavy rain finally came. The sky that had been oppressive for a long time began to clear up after the heavy rain. The thousands of martial artists on the city walls did not find a place to hide from the rain, nor did they use their battle chi to evaporate the rainwater on their bodies. Instead, they quietly began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses under the leadership of the supreme elders of the major families. In the heavy rain, countless people stepped on the mud, stepping on the red and greenish-black blood, and began to pile up all the corpses. They collected the broken flesh and limbs on the ground, and sent the countless weapons and broken armors back to Tsang City. After a period of busy work, they finally finished cleaning up the battlefield before the sky was completely dark. Black oil was poured on the corpses and countless torches were thrown onto them. 2 blazing fires were lit outside Tsang City, illuminating the entire city. At the same time, it also illuminated the thousands of people gathered in front of the fire on the left. Hundreds of elite seeds from the back mountain of the Yi family castle had already arrived here. Everyone in Tsang City who could still stand up was here. Everyone looked solemnly at the bones and limbs that were gradually turning black in the fire. At the same time she placed one hand on her chest, raised her head slightly, closed her eyes and silently prayed. The invincible god of war will never yield. Rest in peace. Following Yi Ruoshui's angry roar, a loud roar sounded outside Song City. The roar pierced through the sky and reverberated through the earth. It was filled with sorrow, nostalgia and blessings. At that moment the rain finally stopped. The strong wind stopped blowing and the dark clouds in the sky slowly faded. The bright moon revealed its shy face, and the earth was once again enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. There were a few people who did not attend the funeral outside Song City. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan, who was lying quietly on the white jade bed. Elder Lu, who was beside him, was examining him with his eyes closed. Just a moment ago, the three of them were still waiting anxiously in the carefree pavilion. Suddenly they saw Yi Qinghan, who had been out for a long time, appear again. He was wearing a strange robe, holding a Qilin mask in his hand, and a strange knife at his waist. He smiled at the three of them but suddenly fainted on the ground. The three of them were shocked. They hurriedly carried Yi Qinghan into the room and were about to look for Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu had already found out and teleported over. What do you think? Elder Lu, is little Han alright? Yi Qingwu, who had been staring at Elder Lu, asked anxiously when he suddenly opened his eyes. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu also fixed their eyes on Elder Lu. It's not a big deal, but the child was too desperate. He used up too much of his soul and fell into a deep coma. I'll give him some soul-nourishing elixirs and he'll be fine after resting for half a month. Elder Lu shook his head and sighed as he looked at Yi Qinghan's pale face with some pity. At the same time he took out a green herb from his spatial ring and pried open Yi Qinghan's mouth. A gentle white light emitted from his hand, and the herb turned into drops of green liquid, which dripped into Yi Qinghan's mouth. Well, take good care of him in the carefree pavilion. There's nothing else to worry about outside, so don't worry about him. Elder Lu said and teleported away. After Yi Ruoshui finished the funeral, she signaled for everyone to go back and rest. Everything would be discussed the next day. She and the other four returned to the small cave where she had secluded herself. The apocalyptic calamity has finally passed, and the war god manor has been saved. It's just a pity that Big Brother Sword Emperor and nearly 1,000 warriors have died. Big Brother Saber Emperor and Spear Emperor, please don't be too sad. Yi Ruoshui sat on the main seat, sighed deeply and turned to speak to everyone. We're not sad. Big Brother died with a smile. Now that the calamity is over, he can probably go to the underworld with a smile. The Spear Emperor was not as sad after returning from outside. The Sword Emperor died, but his death was worthwhile. If anyone else present could exchange their lives for the continuation of the human race in the House of Ares, they would not hesitate to die. I suggest that we build a Hall of Martyrs outside of Tsang City to commemorate Big Brother Sword Emperor and the countless brave warriors who sacrificed themselves. At the same time, we will compile a list of the warriors who died tomorrow and give their families the greatest amount of compensation. The Yu clan will pay for all the expenses. After all, the Yu clan did not put in much effort this time, Yu Shishui said calmly. He began to consider the issue of compensation after the war. The experts of the Yu clan were all experts in soul-type cultivation, and none of them were at the peak of the Saint Realm. They would not be of much use in this war, so they did not send anyone to Tsang City. Yes, not only do we need to build a Hall of Martyrs, but we also need to record all the people who contributed to this war into the annals of the House of Ares. We need Big Brother Sword Emperor and the others to be remembered for generations to come, forever engraved in the hearts of the disciples of the House of Ares. The Shui clan's ancestor suggested once again. Obviously, this suggestion was unanimously agreed upon. Who didn't want their names to be remembered for generations to come? The Sword Emperor and the others, on the other hand, had to be recorded in the annals of history. Otherwise, how could they repay their contributions? Oh, that's right, do you want to record that kid from your clan? He came out with his face covered. Could it be that he has some hidden trouble? The Saber Emperor asked. The five of them had immediately used their divine sense to detect the black-robed man as soon as he appeared. They had investigated the #1 expert on the Earth rankings, Yi Qinghan, before, so they recognized him. Yi Qinghan had contributed greatly to this war. It could be said that he was second only to the Sword Emperor. If his name was recorded in the annals of history, or if his identity was made known, his name would definitely shake the entire continent. Ignoring his age, just the fact that he was able to instantly kill a group of peak saints while only at the first level of the Saint Realm was enough to shake the entire continent. However, Yi Qinghan had appeared with his face covered, and he had even purposely changed his voice. He had even hidden his signature blade and used a butcher's knife. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan didn't want to reveal his identity. At least, he didn't want too many people to know that the black-robed man was him. I don't know the reason either. I don't even know where he is now. This kid has too many secrets. He must have his reasons for hiding his identity. We will help him hide this matter for the time being. When he appears in the future, I will ask him properly. A trace of pride flashed in Yi Ruoshui's eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. She then said. The few of them nodded at the same time. They didn't pursue Yi Qinghan's secrets. Yi Qinghan was related to that powerful woman from the dark forest. So, it wasn't strange for him to have some secrets. Yes, this kid's future is boundless. I think we should tell him the secret of the Fire Dragon continent. Whether the continent can be saved or not, I think we can only rely on him. This kid has brought us too many miracles. I hope he can walk out of this dead well in the end. Then the Fire Dragon continent will have a bright future. The Saber Emperor suddenly said as he recalled the black whirlwind outside the Tsang city. Yes, this kid is so abnormal. Moreover, he has such a relationship with that person in the castle. If he can't save the continent, I think it's even more impossible to rely on us old things. The old ancestor of the Shui family nodded. His eyes flickered as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Good. When he comes back we will talk to him in detail. As for how far he can go in the end, it depends on the arrangement of the heavens. Yi Ruoshui saw that the four of them were looking at him expectantly. So she made the final decision. Chapter 376. After the torrential rain, the 13 streets of Tsang City were all washed clean, looking extremely comfortable. At this time, the moon hung high in the sky, dyeing the entire Tsang City white. There were only 1,000 or so people in Tsang City tonight, all gathered in the square outside the city lord's residence. The Yi family's experts tirelessly moved large amounts of cooked food from the Yi family castle, as well as large amounts of strong alcohol, and started drinking in the square. It wasn't because they were hungry, nor was it because they were tired. It was because they had suffered too much today, and they needed a relaxed atmosphere to ease their nerves. They needed strong alcohol to ease their moods. There were no chairs, no maids, and everyone just lit a few bonfires in the square. The people split into countless groups, holding wine jars and lamb legs, sat on the stone slabs, and started eating and drinking to their heart's content. At first, no one said anything. They all silently drank, ate, and stared blankly at the bonfires. However, as more and more alcohol was drunk, people in the square started whispering, which quickly spread. In the end, as more and more alcohol was drunk, the square gradually became more lively. Some people started crying bitterly, some started laughing wildly, some started cursing, and some started praying. The square was filled with noise and excitement. After crying and cursing, everyone felt much better. Some emotions that had been suppressed for a long time needed to be vented out. Otherwise they would be suffocated. After venting, some people hugged their wine jars and fell into a deep sleep, while others started discussing what had happened today in low voices. They talked about the Sword Emperor's self-destruction, the giant face in the sky, the black whirlwind, and the blood-dripping butcher knife. Who was that giant face? Who was the owner of that butcher knife? They had heard of the terrifying giant face and could roughly guess. However, after seeing it face to face and feeling its unparalleled might, they thought that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. No one dared to talk about the giant face and they just exclaimed in shock. However, the owner of that butcher knife became the topic of discussion for most of the people present. A strange voice, strange attire, elegant figure, tyrannical strength, and miraculous performance. They were deeply shaken to the core and overturned their previous understanding. Some people had some guesses, such as Yi Chong, the experts who had been to the god-slaying mountain's heaven's path, Yi Jian, and the elders of the Yi family. That was because in the instant that Yi Ruoshui and the others were about to self-detonate, the strange voice was no longer strange. Instead, it was the voice of a young man, a voice they were all familiar with. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. More importantly, that bewitching purple light was too obvious. This was Yi Qinghan's signature skill. Presumably, no one in this world could possess it. After all, there was only one soul-devouring beast. However, they still didn't dare to confirm it. After all, this news was too shocking, so shocking that they didn't dare to believe it. A 21-year-old saint whose overall strength was invincible below the god level. This was a strength that even the heavenly meridians that appeared in history did not have. This was simply a miraculous existence. Everyone listen up. Today's matter regarding that lord and the black-robed man are forbidden to discuss or spread. Otherwise we will be hunted down by the entire House of Aries. This is a decision made by the 5 of us. Remember? At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the square, completely suppressing the discussions of the crowd. They all recognized this voice. It was Yi Ruoshui's voice. Everyone in the square shut their mouths immediately. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yi Ruoshui, but they respected the will of the 5 god-level experts and the will of the guardian of the House of Aries. In the next few days the entire Tsang City started to get busy. The original residents of Tsang City were sent back, and the warriors of the Yi family started to gather in Tsang City. A huge hall of martyrs was built outside Tsang City. Countless people started to flock to Tsang City. Some came to pay their respects to the battlefield. Some came from the families and clansmen of the fallen warriors. They went to Tsang City to pay their respects to their dead relatives and to receive the sympathy of the House of Aries. Tsang City was filled with a large number of carriages every day. The official road outside the city had a few deep wheel marks. 10 days later Yi Qinghan finally woke up. However, his body was still a little weak. Under the insistence of the 3 ladies, he was not allowed to get out of bed. He spent his days recuperating in his room. Yi Qinghan asked Elder Lu. There was nothing important in Tsang City now, so he was not in a hurry to go out. Anyway, he had disappeared for so many days. It didn't matter if he disappeared for a few more days. He spent his days with the 3 ladies in the carefree pavilion, immersing himself in the warmth of his home. It was a happy and romantic life. On this day Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. He had just snuck away from the 3 ladies and visited Dark Moon in her room. Dark Moon was still in a deep sleep. Although she looked fine, Yi Qinghan still felt a pang of heartache. Alright, I'll take care of this child. She's fine. Your injuries are almost healed. If you don't go out now, I'm afraid your ancestor will scold you. Just as he was pondering whether he should tell Yi Qingyu and the others about Dark Moon, Elder Lu sent him a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and glanced at Dark Moon again. He walked out and appeared in the Cold Heart Pavilion with the 3 ladies. The Cold Heart Pavilion looked the same. It was beautiful and exuded a faint fragrance. However, Cui Hua and the others had not been sent back. There was no one in the pavilion. Little Han, come to the back of the mountain. As expected, Yi Ruoshui's voice transmission reached Yi Qinghan's ears before he could even warm his seat. After explaining to the 3 of them, Yi Qinghan headed to the back of the mountain where the Yi clan was located. After teleporting a few times, he was already standing beside the small lake in the back of the mountain. The moment he appeared beside the lake, 3 figures flew over from the distance. They were Yi Tianlong and the 2 ladies. The 3 of them were obviously wounded. Yi Qinghan's injuries were the most serious. Many parts of his body were wrapped in white cloth. When Yi Qinghan saw them, he hurriedly bowed and asked about their injuries with concern. Greetings, grandpas. How are your injuries? Nothing serious, right? Ah, good lad. Well done. We won't die yet. Don't worry. Yi Tianlong's rigid face was filled with an excited smile. He waved his hand and forcefully patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, he touched his wounds, causing him to grin bitterly and hoarsely. Looking at the situation, the 3 of them had obviously obtained the exact situation from Yi Ruoshui. They understood that the black-robed man that they had been guessing about was actually their clan's Yi Qinghan. How could they not be excited? Little Han, I didn't misjudge you. I'm extremely satisfied with you as my grandson-in-law. Yi Qinghu also wanted to raise his hand, but many parts of his body were wrapped. He could only raise and lower his hand, grinning widely. Shio. Just when Yi Baihu wanted to say something, the space suddenly fluctuated. Yi Ruoshui teleported over. The eyes under the 2 white eyebrows were full of smiles. Alright, the 3 of you rest well. We'll talk later. I have something to discuss with little Han. With that, she teleported with Yi Qinghan, bringing him to the cave where they were cultivating. Upon entering the cave, he discovered that the Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and Yu Shishui were all smiling at him. Yi Qinghan pays his respects to the 4 seniors. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize the 3 of them. He had only seen them once outside Tsang City. However, he knew that these 3 were the deity tier elites of the House of Aries, so he hurriedly bowed respectfully. You're welcome, our little hero, the Saber Emperor said with a smile. Saber Emperor said with a smile. Then he waved his hand and arranged a domain that enveloped the entire cave. Only then did he stand up. At the same time the other 3 also stood up, standing side by side with Yi Ruoshui. The 5 of them had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Saber Emperor took out 3 red tokens from his bosom, and handed them over to Yi Qinghan in a solemn manner. Today I've called you here for two things. The first is that the five of us represent the billions of citizens of the House of Aries to thank you for everything you have done for the House of Aries. You Yi Qinghan are the hero of the House of Aries. You saved the House of Aries. On behalf of the House of Aries, I bestow upon you 3 War God blood tokens. You have the right to order the strongest cultivators of the continent to do anything that doesn't violate common sense. Of course, this includes the 5 of us. Chapter 377. This? All right. Thank you, everyone. Yi Qinghan accepted the 3 blood badges of the divine battle god without hesitation. These were good items. Back then, Yi Tianlong had relied on these items to rally the masses and slaughter his way to Heavenly Demon City. He wasn't going to take them, but he wasn't going to take them. When the Saber Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan had accepted the items, he glanced at Yi Ruoshui and the others. The 5 of them nodded, then bowed deeply to Qinghan. The Saber Emperor bowed and said in a low voice, "The second matter is that we would like to ask you a favor on behalf of the citizens of the Flame Dragon continent." This? What are the 5 of you doing? Hurry up and rise. Yi Qinghan was playing with the 3 war gods' blood medallions when he suddenly saw the 5 people bowing to him respectfully. What a joke. One of these 5 was his ancestor, while the other was his wife's ancestor. Would he dare to accept their bow? That would shorten his lifespan. He hurriedly jumped up and was about to help them up. Yi Qinghan, if you don't agree, we won't get up. The Saber Emperor said seriously, refusing to get up. The 5 of them seemed to have steeled their hearts and continued to bow. Even Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui were silent, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan's response. I agree. I agree to anything. Is that okay? Yi Qinghan's expression became bitter. They were basically forcing him onto the path of death. His ancestor and 4 people who could be his ancestors were begging him like this. Even if they wanted him to challenge that Baldy in the Divine City, he had no choice but to do so. Yes, I thank you on behalf of the entire Fire Dragon continent. If you can succeed in this matter, you will be the savior of the entire Fire Dragon continent. The 5 people stood up at the same time. They didn't look unnatural at all. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan with gratitude. Wait, the Flame Dragon continent? What does this have to do with the Flame Dragon continent? Yi Qinghan surreptitiously glanced at Yi Ruoshui and Yu Shishui. When he discovered that the 2 of them weren't embarrassed in the slightest, he twisted his body and asked in surprise. His heart was pounding. How could the Flame Dragon continent be a small matter? It seemed like these 5 old fellows were going to give him a heavy burden. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Nothing big happened in the Fire Dragon continent? Now the foreign races had either been killed or retreated. The continent was at peace. What we beg of you is that you must do your best to save the Fire Dragon continent. Saber Emperor pondered for a while and said in a serious manner. The more Yi Qinghan heard, the more confused he became. Save the Fire Dragon continent? Why rescue? Can you make it clearer? What was wrong with the continent? Everything seems to be fine on the continent, right? Wrong? At this moment, Yi Ruoshui, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. His eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger, and he became extremely agitated. You said that the continent is peaceful, but that's all on the surface. It's all an illusion. Let me explain it to you this way. The Flame Dragon continent originally belonged to the people of the Flame Dragon continent, but after the first world-destroying battle thousands of years ago, the Flame Dragon continent no longer belonged to us. We are now just a bunch of livestock that can be killed and played with as they please. When Yi Ruoshui finished speaking, he seemed to have triggered a memory in the hearts of the 5 of them. A trace of sorrow, a trace of pain, a trace of humiliation, and a trace of grief and indignation appeared on their faces. The continent isn't ours? We're livestock that's been reared? Yi Qinghan looked at their expressions as he repeated Yi Ruoshui's words. A few thousand years ago? The world-destroying battle? He vaguely understood, but he didn't dare to be sure. He asked, Ancestor, do you mean the Divine City? The Divine City reared the people of the continent? But the Divine City doesn't seem to care much about the continent? Yi don't care? The corner of Yi Ruoshui's mouth curled into a cold smile. She shook her head slightly and continued, The history you know and the surface you see are all illusions. You have to be clear that history is often rewritten by the victors. The 3 races fought endlessly for thousands of years? Bullsh*T. In the world-destroying battle, 2 suppressed the experts of the 3 races, facilitated the 3 races' peaceful coexistence, and made a blood oath together? Bullsh*T. The divine city won't interfere with the internal affairs of the three races. The more Yi Ruoxue spoke, the more agitated she became. She even cursed. Let me tell you, the Flame Dragon continent has always been peaceful for thousands of years. Think about it, there were so many god-rank experts on the continent. Once a war broke out, would the continent still exist? There were so many peak god-rank experts on the continent, and there were countless of them. How could Tu suppress them all? Do you really think he has the aura of a bastard? Intimidate the four seas with a single move? Not interfere with internal affairs? How did you encounter danger in the prefecture battle? When Sky Dragon brought people to the Heaven Demon City, why did the four guards of the Divine City come? What's the truth of the matter? The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Because he knew one more thing, the matter of the Soul Seed. This was obviously a secret force of the Divine City. Obviously there were many of them in the Divine City. These people were monitoring the situation of the continent. Saber Emperor interrupted. The truth of the matter is very simple. Tu is the lord of the Flame Dragon Plain. He had mastered the Fire Dragon Continent's encyclopedia of life and death. He sent people to cause a war between the three races. Then he single-handedly killed dozens of god-rank experts on the continent, forcing all the experts of the continent to submit. They had no choice but to sign the Undercity Alliance. Moreover, he set the rules of the prefecture battle. It's a battle every 30 years. In fact, it's not to resolve the dispute between the three races. Instead, he's collecting the souls of the dead to cultivate dark evil techniques and to refine the soul pill. Every 30 years, a new generation has just grown up. Then they have to go to the Nether Island to die. He's treating the people of the Flame Dragon continent like animals. Every 30 years when the animals grow up, he'll kill them. Prefecture battle? That's right. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. During the prefecture battle, he discovered a strange phenomenon on the Scarlet Plains. People couldn't help but have a bloodthirsty impulse on the Scarlet Plains. The more they killed, the crazier they became. It was as if the atmosphere there had a strange magical power that made people want to kill. Moreover, every time a battle ended, the sky above the Scarlet Plains would suddenly become windy and gloomy. It turned out that someone was playing tricks. Someone was using a special method or formation to collect souls. He had always been curious why the prefecture battle happened every 30 years, and why the elite prefecture battle and the chaotic prefecture battle alternated. Now that Saber Emperor mentioned it, he understood. This was Tu's plan to raise people. Not only would the population of the continent not shrink, but it would also maintain a balance. Moreover, the prefecture battle every 30 years would make the hatred between the three races deeper and deeper. He could easily collect the largest number of souls every 30 years. If he killed everyone at once, he could only get tens of millions of souls. But now he could have an endless supply of souls to collect. The people of the continent had become pigs raised by Tuesday. When the piglets grew up, half of the breeding pigs and piglets would be slaughtered. Then the remaining breeding pigs and piglets would continue to give birth. After a period of time, the piglets would grow up and be slaughtered again. This cycle would continue endlessly. What? Why didn't anyone kill Tu? Go and resist? Although Tu is a peak deity with so many experts risking their lives, they should be able to kill him. Yi Qinghan thought it was inconceivable. Tu had descended on the continent for thousands of years. He had experienced the prefecture battle more than 1,000 times. Tens of millions of people had died. Why didn't anyone resist? In the past, there were so many deities on the continent. Even if they weren't a match for him, dozens of deities could still kill him by self-detonation. Why didn't anyone resist? There were at least 100 deity rank experts from the continent, and they all charged into the Divine City, but in the end, none of them survived. Because Tu was the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain. Therefore, he had a mystical ability that the divine world had bestowed upon him. Overlord's will. Anyone with the aura of the Flame Dragon Plain would have their strength reduced by 1/10 in front of him. How do you think this battle would be fought? Those who went would only be throwing their lives away. 1/10? No wonder. How could the overlords will be so terrifying? Yi Qinghan recalled what Elder Lu had said. If they were in the divine world, he would have a 5% chance of defeating Tuesday. But in the Flame Dragon Plain, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Tuesday. It seemed like Elder Lu had stayed at the God-slaying mountain for thousands of years and already had the aura of the Flame Dragon Plain. But Lord Devour had also stayed there for a long time. Why could she defeat Tu so easily? How was she so powerful? After figuring out everything, he understood why the 5 of them were so agitated and indignant. The 5 of them had lived on the Flame Dragon continent for thousands of years and had developed deep feelings for it. Every 30 years, they would see hundreds of thousands of people fighting on Nether Island. Finally, they would turn into wisps of resentful souls that were collected by two for cultivation and alchemy. This resentment had accumulated over the years. Wouldn't they be angry? Wouldn't they be sad? Of course not. There's one more thing I haven't figured out. What can I do? Even if I cultivate to the divine realm, I might not be able to kill Tuesday. Didn't you say that he has the Overlord's will? Although he had figured out the matter, he was still very doubtful. Could he do something that countless experts couldn't do for thousands of years? We don't want you to kill Tu, and you can't kill him, because he is the Overlord recognized by the divine world. Once the divine world finds out that he is killed, the divine world's law enforcement team will kill everyone in the Flame Dragon Plane. This is what Lord Devour said. What we want you to do is to cultivate to the divine realm, then go to Purple Island and challenge the last barrier. Finally, you will reach the divine world and find a way to become the Overlord of the Flame Dragon Plane. In this way you can kill Tu openly and save the Flame Dragon Plane. Saber Emperor said as he bowed deeply again. Why me? Can't you guys go to the divine world? Yi Qinghan helped Saber Emperor up and asked again. We can't. Because Tu has sealed the Flame Dragon Plane. For thousands of years, no one has broken through this dead well and gone to the divine world. Yi Ruoxue shook her head slowly and revealed a trace of disappointment on her face. In the last barrier of Purple Island, he got a powerful peak-level divine beast from the divine world. The Flame Dragon Plane lacks vitality. If the divine world's experts want to cultivate to the peak, they need at least tens of thousands of years. That year, all the peak-level divine realm experts were killed by Tuesday. But you are different. Because you have the divine beast soul-devouring beast and the abnormal body fusion battle skill, you have the highest hope of walking out of this dead well. You will pierce through the sky of the Flame Dragon continent and break through the blue dome of heaven. Chapter 378. T. Listening to them, Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath, keeping silent. These old things had set up a trap for him. They had put a heavy burden on his shoulders that made it hard for him to breathe. He had never thought of himself as Spider-Man or Superman. He didn't have a sense of justice. He had to save the continent and its people as his responsibility. He was just a simple man who wanted to live a comfortable and happy life. In his previous life, he hadn't had such a comfortable life. In this life, he had transmigrated to this world, but he was a good-for-nothing. He didn't believe in heaven or fate. With the help of the soul ring his father had left him, he had summoned Xiaohe. He had put his life on the line, endured the extreme pain and risked his life time and time again. Finally, he had become an outstanding man, the top expert of the continent. He had several peerless beauties, his own home and his own happy life. He had never wanted to be the savior of the continent. What did the people of the continent have to do with him? He just wanted to protect his women and his family. He wanted to live a happy and comfortable life. However, these old fogies had given him a mission that many people of the continent had struggled for thousands of years. It was a mission that he had to struggle for the rest of his life. Lord Devour had given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. Old Lu had also given him a mission to become a god in 50 years. It wasn't a big deal. It was related to his life and his treasures. He could fight and work hard for it. But now, he was given a *T mission to fight for the Fiery Dragon continent for the rest of his life? He didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Fiery Dragon continent. On this continent, the people he cared about were too few. If something happened to the people he cared about, he could fight and risk his life for them. But now, he remembered that they hadn't said anything definite. They just asked him to try his best. Moreover, there was his ancestor and his wife's ancestor in front of him. He didn't go berserk. He pondered for a while and then said to them, I can't agree to all of your requests. I can't agree to all of your requests. I can only say that I will try my best to achieve them as long as it doesn't affect my life. If this matter has an impact on my life, I will abandon it. All right. The five of them looked at each other, but they were not angry. Instead, a smile flashed in their eyes. They were very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's answer. If Yi Qinghan listened to their words and agreed without hesitation, they would be worried. How could a man who was irresponsible to himself, his family, and his women be expected to be responsible to the people of the continent? Although Yi Qinghan's answer seemed very selfish, it could be seen from another aspect that he was a responsible person, a man who kept his promises. Now that Yi Qinghan had given an answer from the bottom of his heart, they were relieved. After the matter was finished, the five of them obtained a satisfactory answer. The other four began to bid farewell and leave. Now that the matters that needed to be discussed over the past few days had been settled, They had to go back and make arrangements for their respective families or the House of Aries. The Saber Emperor, the Spear Emperor, and the ancestor of the Shui clan went back, while Yu Shishui went to the Chilling Heart Pavilion to find Yu Qingqing. After the four of them left, Yi Ruoshui once again set up a domain. Her two white eyebrows bent as she smiled bitterly at Yi Qinghan. "Little Han, you don't blame me for giving you so much pressure, do you?" Yi Qinghan let out a bitter laugh and rolled his eyes. "Ancestor, you acted first and reported later. What's the use of me blaming you? Moreover, I didn't agree completely. I only said that I would do my best." A complicated expression flashed across Yi Ruoshui's eyes. She smiled bitterly. "I know that this might be too heavy for you. These things are supposed to be shouldered by us old geezers, but we don't have the ability." The Sword Emperor, who had the highest chance of reaching the peak of the Heavenly God tier, died. Of course, even if he reached the peak of the Heavenly God tier, he wouldn't be able to pass the final trial on Purple Island. After all, divine beasts have natural abilities. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just do your best. Everything is up to fate. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He thought that they must have found out that Xiaohei was a divine beast, and a very powerful one at that. If he didn't have Xiaohei and this abnormal fusion skill, perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to make them beg him like this. "Let's not talk about this. Tell me about your cultivation level. How did you break through to the Saint tier so quickly? Is it because of Lord Devour?" Yi Ruoshui saw that there were no outsiders and asked the question that had been lingering in their minds for a long time. They obviously thought that Yi Qinghan could break through from the first level of the Emperor tier to the Saint tier in such a short time because of Lord Devour's help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a miracle to happen. Yi Ruoshui wanted to confirm it. Lord Devour? Yi Qinghan was stunned, but he immediately understood what they were thinking. He pondered for a while and told Yi Ruoshui the whole story. He told them about how he obtained the divine skin in the barbaric mountain and comprehended a profound mystery from it. Then he refined the pure energy from the divine skin and the energy from Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body to reach the peak of the Emperor tier. Of course, in the end, because he had intercourse with Yu Qingqing, he suddenly entered the soul silent state and comprehended the profound mystery of Space Wave. He didn't tell them in detail and just vaguely explained it. Moreover, he didn't tell them about how he obtained the Carefree Pavilion and the beach raindrops painting in the Carefree Pavilion. He also didn't tell them about killing Tu Qianjun in the barbaric mountain. He subconsciously wanted to keep some things a secret. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Ruoshui. Perhaps it was the selfish nature of humans. The sudden increase in Yi Qinghan's strength could be said to have been achieved with the help of many treasures. The Li Xiang beast's divine skin and Yi Qingyu's jade spirit body allowed him to break through to the peak of the Emperor tier. The beach raindrops painting and the soul silence state allowed him to comprehend the profound mystery of Space Wave. Of course, Yi Qinghan was a little confused. It wasn't that he hadn't entered the soul silence state before. In fact, he had done so many times at the Fallen God Mountain. However, it seemed like he had improved even more this time. He had asked Yu Qingqing about this before, but she only knew a little about it and wasn't very clear. It's definitely the soul silence state. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but Yu Shishui was certain of this after investigating Yu Qingqing's situation and listening to her bashful recount of what had happened that day. "Little Qingqing, show me the method power you've comprehended." Yu Shishui suddenly thought of something, and her expression became extremely excited. She had predicted that something amazing would happen when Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinghan intercourse for the first time. However, she hadn't expected that the outcome would be far beyond her expectations. Yu Qingqing had entered the soul silent state, and she had suddenly comprehended a strange profound mystery. She hadn't just comprehended it but had completely comprehended it. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the Emperor tier, and her soul had also become much stronger. If this wasn't the soul silent state that the Moon Queen had mentioned, there was no way to explain it. "I'll go get the zither." Yu Qingqing nodded. The two of them were currently on the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop. Yu Qingqing walked into her room, holding a black zither in her hands. She sat down cross-legged on the rooftop and began to play. Clang clang. A melodious and beautiful sound began to ring out from the Chilling Heart Pavilion's rooftop, spreading throughout the entire Yi family castle. There was nothing wrong with the sound of the zither. It was just an ordinary lyrical song, high mountains and flowing water. The problem lay in the person who heard it. A pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Yu Shishui's face. Her limpid eyes were filled with a strange light. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu, who were drinking tea in the Chilling Heart Pavilion, both had a look of confusion in their eyes. Then they began to immerse themselves in the melodious sound of the zither. The guards and servants who had just returned to the Yi family castle all stopped what they were doing. A look of confusion flashed across their eyes as they stood there in a daze. After the song ended, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu continued to drink tea. However, Yi Qingyu frowned in confusion. The people of the east courtyard acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to busy themselves with their own affairs. Good, very good, very good. Yu Shishui said the word good 3 times in a row. Her face was glowing with excitement. Congratulations, little Qingqing. You've actually comprehended the legendary divine sound law technique. This is too inconceivable. You are the second genius to appear on the continent after Yi Qinghan in the last few thousand years. You are the undisputed second genius. Chapter 379. Divine Sound Law? Yu Qingqing stared at Yu Shishui in astonishment. She had been trying to figure out what kind of method power she had comprehended over the past few days. Even when Yi Qinghan asked her, she only told him that she had a slight breakthrough because she wasn't sure. Now that he heard Yu Shishui's explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned. Patriarch, didn't you say that the law of the heavens and earth only consisted of paramount laws and elemental laws? What category did the divine sound law belong to? He's more powerful than supreme laws? Wrong. The divine sound law did not belong to either of the two. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it's recorded in the grimoire left behind by the Moon Queen before she went to the God Realm. She said that there are actually some rare laws in the world, special laws. Without great opportunities and great comprehension abilities, it's impossible for people to comprehend them. However, once one comprehends them and steps into the divine level, the laws would be freakish. The Moon Queen continued to explain excitedly, when you were playing the Guqin just now, even Yi Qingyu, a sage, fell into a daze. I reckon that this law of yours belongs to the soul category, and can confuse the enemy's soul. Little Qingqing walked down the path of the law. Who knows, you might become the second Yi Qinghan. I look forward to your future achievements. So powerful? Yu Qingqing's mood was also slightly excited. Originally, she simply liked to play the zither and had played the zither in the Yu clan for more than 10 years. When Yi Qinghan fell into the god-slaying mountain, she also relied on playing the zither to relieve the depression and loneliness in her heart. Finally, in the deep state of soul silence, she also heard a very wonderful song. He did not expect that he had actually comprehended the divine sound law, which was a soul-type technique. All of this seemed to be the will of the heavens, and everything seemed to have a cycle of karma. Nodding her head, she smiled. Qingqing will definitely continue walking down this path because Qingqing truly loves music. Being able to enjoy music while cultivating at the same time, this is Qingqing's great fortune. Yu Shishui gave Yu Qingqing a gratified smile, then gave her a few more instructions before teleporting back to Tranquil Lake Island. Ancestor, I forgot to ask. How can I become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain? After speaking with Yi Ruoshui, Yi Qinghan prepared to return to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he had agreed to become a deity, he had to figure out what this mission was all about. I'm not too sure myself. I'm afraid I'll have to go to the God Realm to find out. Alright, when you have time you should ask Master Devour. She's such a powerful existence. I'm sure she knows. Yi Ruoshui revealed a trace of embarrassment. They had asked Yi Qinghan to work hard to become the overlord of the Flame Dragon Plain, but in fact they did not know how to achieve it. After all, none of them had been to the God Realm, and none of those who had gone to the God Realm had returned. By the way, why did you hide your identity that day? Do you have any difficulties? Yi Ruoshui suddenly thought of a problem and asked with some doubt. Ancestor, I have been hiding something from you. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Ruoshui had managed to find the answer. Furthermore, he needed Yi Ruoshui and the rest to help him conceal his strength. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and say, in the Savage Mountain Range, I killed Tu Qianjun. If I don't conceal my strength, the Massacre God Guards will definitely sense it. They will suspect that I obtained the divine skin. If they investigate, they will definitely suspect that I killed Tu Qianjun and find trouble with me. I'm not afraid of him now, but I'm afraid that he will ask the Divine Master to take action. When that time comes, it will be very troublesome. What? You killed Tu Qianjun? The Massacre God Guards had been secretly investigating Tu Qianjun's death and did not publicize it. Therefore Yi Ruoshui had not received any news. Now that she heard it, she was shocked. This matter could be big or small. If the Divine Master Butcher did not take action, it would be a small matter. However, if the Divine Master Butcher took action, it would be a disaster for the Yi family. The Divine Master Butcher had the Overlord's will. In the continent, besides Lord Devour, no one could match him. If he wanted to deal with the Yi family, unless Lord Devour protected the Yi family would only face destruction. However, would Lord Devour protect the Yi family? Even Yi Qinghan did not like to care about her. How could you expect her to care about the survival of the Yi family? You are too rash. This is troublesome. This matter might cause the Yi family to suffer the fate of being exterminated. Sigh. Yi Ruoshui's white brows suddenly rose, and her eyes flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan was not very clear about the experts and methods of the God City. However, Yi Ruoshui was very clear that the soul slaves were everywhere in the continent. This matter would definitely be exposed. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased, it would definitely arouse the Massacre God Guard's suspicions. Furthermore, it seemed like Yi Qinghan and Tu Qianjun had a deep grudge in the past. In that case, they would have a motive to kill. Once the truth was revealed, and Yi Qinghan was still in possession of the godly sword, God Master Tu would definitely kill Yi Qinghan and wipe out the Yi family at the same time. Tu Qianjun wanted to kill me in the barbaric mountains. I had no choice but to kill him and all his subordinates. I can't possibly wait to be killed by him, right? Yi Qinghan did not think too much and did not expect the matter to be so serious. He spread out his hands and said innocently, "Since it has come to this, there is no other way. I will arrange for people to seal off the news. We will hide it for as long as we can. Everything will depend on the will of the heavens. You, leave immediately. Take Yi Qingyu and the others and leave immediately. Go to the Dark Forest or the Purple Island. Leave overnight. Don't go back to Tsang City until you reach the god level." Yi Ruoshui pondered for a while and suddenly made a decision. What? Is it so serious? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He had already thought of the matter as serious as it could be. He did not expect that it would reach the point where he had to leave immediately and go to the Dark Forest or Purple Island to avoid the disaster. He could not accept it for a moment. His expression became serious. This is called being careful as the parent of safety. Let me ask you a question. Is the real godly sword with you? Yi Ruoshui's expression became cold. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was hesitant to answer, she sighed and said, "Don't deny it. I don't want it from you. Think about it. If even I can guess that the godly sword is with you, then many god-level experts on this continent must have guessed it too. You went to the god-slaying mountain for 5 years and finally came out so easily. Moreover, your strength has skyrocketed. Most importantly, you have that strange weapon of yours. It would be strange if people did not suspect you. If it were not for the arrival of the foreign races, I'm afraid that someone would have already made a move on you. Now that the matter of you in Tsang City has been exposed, many people will definitely suspect that you are the black-robed man. Then, the fact that you killed Tu Qianjun will definitely surface. After all, you have a direct grudge against him and have a motive to kill him. Since you could obtain the godly skin under the divine beast, then you also have the strength to kill Tu Qianjun. As long as the divine city is sure that you killed Tu Qianjun, then, the Divine Master too will have a reason to openly attack you. He will definitely use the excuse of avenging Tu Qianjun to kill you and take the godly sword. If you continue to stay in the Yi family, there will only be 2 results. First, you are likely to be slaughtered to death. Second, you are likely to implicate the Yi family and lead to the destruction of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and only came back to his senses after a long while. However, his face turned bitter. Yi Ruoshui's analysis was correct. He had thought things too simply. He began to lament his bitter fate. His strength had just greatly improved and he had helped the House of Ares kill countless foreign races. It was fine if he could not become famous. Now, it seemed that he couldn't even bring his wives to live a comfortable life. His life was really King lonely like the snow. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and made a decision. Then let's go to the Purple Island. Going to the Dark Forest feels like begging. I don't like the days of living under someone else's roof. Chapter 380. All right. You pack up and say goodbye to Sky Dragon. Tell me when you are ready. I will take you there immediately. Yi Ruoshui actually hoped that Yi Qinghan would go to the Dark Castle. After all, Lord Devour would take care of him because of his relationship with Xiaohe. However, the Purple Island was the safest place. Now that Yi Qinghan had made up his mind, she couldn't say anything else. Don't. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't feel so conflicted. His face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he waved his hand and said, "You can't take me there. Not only can you not take me there, but you have to wait until I reach Xidao. You have to ask the family to put up a notice to expel me from the Yi family forever. You have to tell the world that I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. The Yi family won't be responsible for my behavior. All right. How are you going to get there? The Purple Island is in the east of the Hidden Island. It was Yi Qinghan who had asked the Yi family to expel him. Yi Ruoxue was also an ambitious person. She was a little surprised, but she didn't hesitate much. Since Yi Qinghan had asked, it didn't matter anymore. As long as the Yi family recognized Yi Qinghan, it was fine. They could just let him return to the family in the future. Yi, I have my own way. You don't have to worry about my safety. Did you forget how I disappeared a few days ago? Yi Qinghan laughed but didn't point it out. After all, old Lu didn't want too many people to know about his existence. As for his safety, he wasn't really worried. As long as he controlled the Freedom Ring and opened the door to enter the Freedom Pavilion, he would enter an independent space. Once he entered, the door would disappear. Why would he be afraid of the Divine Lord? This time, he went to the Purple Island because he was afraid that Yi Qingyu and the other two would be bored staying in the Freedom Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't even want to go to the Purple Island. He would just cultivate in the Freedom Pavilion. Patriarch, please take me to the Chilling Heart Pavilion. In the future, you must take care of yourself. Finally, Yi Qinghan dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times in front of Yi Ruoxue. Well, don't worry too much. Maybe things won't be so pessimistic. Moreover, I can often take people to the Z Island to see you. Yi Ruoxue looked at Yi Qinghan with guilt. She held him up with her hands and her eyes were slightly moist. This child was only 21 years old, yet he had already experienced so many hardships. Now he had to face even greater challenges as well as his thin and weak shoulders, yet he still had to shoulder such a heavy burden. Although it was said that capable people should do more work, if possible, he would rather bear all the hardships and burdens himself. Between men there were some things that didn't need to be said. Yi Ruoxue and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. They nodded and smiled at the same time. Then Yi Ruoxue teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion with Yi Qinghan. After bidding farewell to Yi Ruoxue, Yi Qinghan walked into the hall of the Cold Heart Pavilion. He looked around with nostalgia. Yi Qinghan teleported to the backyard. Yi Qingyu and the others were drinking tea and enjoying the afternoon sunshine. Brother? Yi Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Qinghan's appearance. She stood up and shouted happily. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu also put down their cups and stood up with a smile. Hello, 3 beauties. Can I ask you a question? Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously. He extended his hand and said to the 3 beauties in a serious manner, 3 beauties, are you willing to accompany me to travel the world? Travel the world? The 3 looked at Yi Qinghan's serious expression. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at him in confusion and waited for his explanation. I will explain the specific reason later. Right now I can only tell you clearly. I'm all alone now. I can no longer stay in this Yi family. I'm going to travel the world. May I ask if you are willing to come with me? You have to think about it carefully. Maybe you won't be able to return for 8 to 10 years. Or maybe, you won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Yi Qinghan looked at the 3 of them with guilt. He was lucky enough to marry 3 beauties. Yet he couldn't give them a stable life. Now he had to wander from place to place. He was a failure as a man. I will go wherever you go, brother. Yi Qingyu said without hesitation. To her, wherever Yi Qinghan was, that was her home. Traveling the world is not bad. I am willing to go to the ends of the earth with you. The 4 seas are my home. Yu Qingqing smiled sweetly. The days without Yi Qinghan by her side were too difficult. She didn't want to continue playing the zither alone by the tranquil lake. I will go with you too. But, can I really not come back? Yi Qingwu's voice was resolute, but her face was a little bitter. Anyway, if she couldn't come back in this lifetime, she couldn't show her filial piety to her grandfather. What if her grandfather didn't come back after he passed away? She would hate herself for the rest of her life. Good. That's my Yi Qinghan's woman. Actually, I found that. I don't have anything in this world except for you and Xiaohei. But, it's enough. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile. It was a bright and contented smile. His eyes shot out a beam of light. His heroic spirit burst out as he said word by word, "Don't worry. I will try my best to bring you back to the Fire Dragon continent as soon as possible. At the same time, I will try my best to make you happy for the rest of your lives." Then Yi Qinghan touched the carefree ring, and 2 jade boxes appeared in his hand. He gave them to Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, smiling. This is Lord Devour's wedding gift for you. These are 2 peak heavenly god realm divine crystals. You should refine them. After that, the three of you will reach the peak heavenly god realm. Divine crystals? The two of them were startled and nearly lost their grip on the jade box, causing it to drop. They knew about this because Yi Qingyu had been refining the divine crystal. At this moment, her cultivation level was even higher than Yi Qinghan's, and it was said that in a few years she would become a deity. This item was priceless. Haha, Yi Qingyu can become a god realm expert one day. And a peak heavenly god realm expert at that. Yi Qingyu couldn't bear to part with the jade boxes. In fact, she was a little jealous of Yi Qingyu. The reason why she worked so hard was that she didn't want to fall behind Yi Qingyu's strength. She didn't want to be neglected by Yi Qinghan. It was a kind of sour grapes subconsciously. After refining the divine crystals, can I continue to comprehend the original principles? Yu Qingqing didn't show much joy. Instead, she asked a strange question. This? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Seeing Yu Qingqing asking seriously, he sent a voice transmission to old Lu. After a while, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "No, you can't. After refining the divine crystal, you can only comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal. You can't cultivate the original nomological laws. In that case, I don't want this divine crystal anymore. You can give it to someone else." Yu Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then she smiled and felt relieved. She casually threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan as if she was throwing a toy. What? Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu exchanged looks. They blinked in disbelief and asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan touched Yu Qingqing's forehead to see if she had caught a cold. What was this? It was a divine crystal that could help her enter the god realm easily. Yu Qingqing hesitated for a while before rejecting it. If Yi Qinghan hadn't promised Lord Devour not to refine the divine crystal to become a god, he would have refined it himself. There's no reason. I like the heaven and earth principles I cultivate. I don't want to change them. Qinghan, I know what I want. Don't worry about me. Yu Qingqing nodded resolutely. The divine sound law principle she cultivated was her hobby. She didn't want to give up her hobby. It was that simple. All right. Since you're so sure, I'll give this divine crystal to my grandfather so that the Yi clan can have one more guardian deity. Yi Qinghan didn't insist. He took the divine crystal back and prepared to give it to Yi Tianlong. The Yi family would have one more god realm guardian. It would be a reward for the Yi family for raising him for so many years. After making his decision, he suddenly felt relaxed. Looking around, he finally raised his hands high and revealed a brilliant smile. He said to the three of them, "Xiao Yu, you and Qingqing go pack up your things. Xiao Wu and I will go say goodbye to my grandfathers. After that, let's go roam the world with everyone." Chapter 381. In the mountains behind the Yi family. Yi Tianlong and the other two were sitting in a circle in the attic, drinking tea and chatting. Although all three of them were injured, they were clearly in good spirits. "Clan leader, you have to work hard on your cultivation and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Get that little girl from the Yu family to join the Yi family. When the time comes, all 3 generations of the Yu family saintesses will fall under your spears." Yi Qingyu drank a mouthful of tea, his slightly puffed-up eyes looking docile and wretched. He looked askance at Yi Tianlong and chuckled. "Qingyu, you're already an old man, why can't you be more serious? Your granddaughter is already married, and when the time comes, you'll be carrying great-grandchildren, but you're still like this." Yi Tianlong glared angrily at Yi Qingyu, but when he saw his docile expression, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Then he let out a long sigh. "Become a god? That's easier said than done. It's not like you don't know that cultivation is at its peak before the age of 50. After that, all aspects begin to decline. I am powerless even though I want to." "That's right." Yi Baihu also sighed faintly. "The 3 of us broke through to the Saint Realm 20 years ago, but now we're still at the 2nd tier. This road to godhood is too difficult. Seeing little Han and little Yu's strength soar and almost catch up to us, I feel my old face heating up. What else can we do? On this road of cultivation, the younger one is and the higher one's tier is, the higher the chance of becoming a god. But has there ever been a person on the continent who could reach little Han's tier at such a young age? When our ancestor broke through to the Saint Realm, he was in his 30s, right? I say don't think too much about it. This kind of opportunity can only be encountered by chance. In any case, I've already accepted it. I've played what I wanted to play and enjoyed what I wanted to enjoy, so I have no regrets. Whether or not we can take this last step depends on the will of the heavens. At least we've tried our best, so we won't have any regrets before we enter the grave, right?" Yi Qingyu had a carefree personality, and he spoke without any scruples. He was very open-minded about some things. Well said. Who cares about him? What's fated can't run away, and what's not fated can't be forced. I still have a few decades of lifespan left, so let's fight one last time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Tianlong's rigid and resolute face. Yi Qingyo had no regrets, but he did. It was just that he had never been good at expressing it. Yu Shishui had always been a wound in his heart that could never be healed. Shio. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded from afar. The three of them stopped talking at the same time and stood up with smiles on their faces as they walked towards the door. Yi Qinghan greets the three grandfathers. It was Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu. Yi Qinghan brought her all the way here and landed in front of the attic. Yi Qinghan smiled and bowed. Greetings to the three grandfathers, Aya. Grandpa, why are you so hurt? Is it serious? Yi Qingwu was just about to bow when she saw that Yi Qingyo's entire body was wrapped in white cloth. Her pretty face immediately paled in fright, and she hurriedly threw herself at Yi Qingyo, inspecting him from head to toe in worry. Girl, what are you making a fuss about? You're already married, so why are you still so unsteady? As a cultivator, getting injured is a common occurrence. What's so strange about that? Who is your grandfather? He's a saint expert, so he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Yi Qingyo's eyes bulged as he pretended to reprimand her, but there was a benevolent look in his eyes. He obviously didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qinghan. Grandpa Qingyo, these are 10 bottles of peerless healing medicine. Apply them on your injuries and they'll be fine in a day. Yi Qinghan was already prepared, and he asked for 10 bottles of healing medicine from the Immortal realm from Elder Lu and handed them over. He knew that if Yi Qingwu saw Yi Qingyo's injuries, she would probably be extremely worried, and she would probably make a fuss about staying for a few more days. Grandpa, quickly go in, I'll apply it for you. Yi Qingwu took the bottles. Thinking about how she was about to leave, tears welled up in her eyes, and she supported Yi Qingyo as they walked in. After busying herself, the healing medicine was indeed miraculous. Once it was applied, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Yi Qinghan's insistence, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu helplessly applied the medicine as well. Finally, the three elders returned to the main hall. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Qingwu to accompany the three of them, and he didn't explain much. Instead, he directly teleported to the Cold Heart Pavilion and brought Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu with him. Bang! At Yi Qinghan's signal, the four of them knelt in front of the three elders and performed the most solemn ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 kowtows in the entire continent. The three elders were baffled, and Yi Qingwu was a complete mess of tears. Yi Qingyo was so anxious that he almost went berserk. Grandpa's Qinghan will take them far away from Tsang City in a while. After this trip, I don't know when I'll be able to return to fulfill my filial duties to the three of you. Don't be in a hurry to ask, wait for me to finish speaking. This is something that the old ancestor and I have decided on together. As for the reason, the old ancestor will tell you. After we part today, I don't know when we will meet again. I hope the three grandpas will take good care of yourselves. Of course, if the three grandpas have the time, you can come to Purple Island to see me. I will also do my best to return to Tsang City as soon as possible. The corners of Yi Qinghan's eyes were also brimming with tears. Although he had rarely seen the three elders in the first 15 years of his life, they had always treated him very well after he left the Infatuation Garden. Especially before he was trapped in the God-slaying mountain, Yi Qingyo and Yi Tianlong's angry roar made him feel their sincere love for him. Of course, this might have something to do with the sudden increase in his strength, but at least from that moment on, he began to accept these three people. This is a peak heavenly god divine crystal. You can choose one person to refine it. This is my gift to you before you leave. After saying this, Yi Qinghan took out a green jade box and handed it to Yi Tianlong. Then, together with the three of them, he kowtowed heavily. In the end, he took the muddle-headed Yi Qingwu with him, forcefully suppressing the grief in his heart, and resolutely turned around and left. Yi Qinghan knew that he had to cut the Gordian knot, or else he might not be able to leave for a few days. Patriarch, what's going on? Yi Qingyo wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Yi Tianlong. His eyes bulged and he stamped the ground heavily, his face full of irritation as he roared. What's the hurry, Qingyo? Didn't you hear little Hans say that we can go to Purple Island to see them in the future? I've already sent a message to the old ancestor. Let's wait for him to come before we ask him. What happened? It's so serious that we have to go to Purple Island to seek refuge? Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingyo, as if blaming him for not being able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Yi Baihu was still shocked by the peak heavenly god divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given to the Yi family. The two of them were roused by Yi Tianlong's words. Yi Qinghan's strength had just improved greatly, and he had resolved a great crisis for the House of Aries. Now he had to leave in a hurry. Moreover, the three of them simultaneously thought of Yi Qinghan's strange appearance and deliberately altered voice when he was killing the outsiders. Could it be that he had encountered some great trouble that even the Yi family couldn't protect him? Because he killed Tu Qianjun, so he must leave. Otherwise the Yi family will be finished. At this moment Yi Ruoshui suddenly teleported over. She let out a deep sigh and said somewhat helplessly, "Pass down my order. Seal up the outside of Tiansong City. Anyone who talks about this matter will be expelled from the Yi family. Those who are serious will be killed on the spot." A moment later, a luxurious carriage without any insignia quietly left from the east gate of Tiansong City, leaving behind a trail of dust. Chapter 382. Recently, something strange had happened in the House of Aries. It was so strange that people were a little scared. All the experts who had participated in the great battle in Song City a few days ago and survived the calamity received the highest level order from the Divine Battle Abode. It meant that they were forbidden to talk about the giant face and the black-cloaked man who had spread the news of that battle. Moreover, it was even more serious this time. The House of Aries had directly issued a War God Blood order, saying that this matter was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Anyone who talked about it would be killed without mercy. Last time in Song City, perhaps all the experts were suspicious. But this time they were obviously frightened. This matter was obviously very serious. It was so serious that it was related to the survival of the House of Aries. Who dared to talk about it? Many people had secretly talked about it with others. They hurried to clean up their messes. Others wanted to bury this matter in their stomachs. Obviously, Yi Ruoshui's two muting spells had played a big role. Although all the God Realm experts on the continent had used their soul consciousness to check occasionally during that battle, they were afraid of enraging Jin Qi. However, because he was afraid of angering Jin Qi, he didn't dare to spread his divine sense to the center of the battlefield. Later, after the giant face appeared, he didn't even dare to investigate from afar. Only after the battle was over, when the giant face and the alien tribes had disappeared, did they dare to spread their soul consciousness. But they found that the alien tribes had all disappeared. However, at that moment, it was obvious that they all thought that Lord Devour had killed or driven away the alien tribes. That was how this world-ending crisis had ended. While the barbarian god mansion's hidden island was secretly happy, they began to inquire about what had happened. While the demon god mansion's divine city was cursing, they also began to inquire about what had happened that day. Yi Ruoshui's first message was effective. That night, many soul consciousness had locked on the Emperor Realm warriors on the Tsang City square. But no one talked about it afterward. They only heard that a black-cloaked expert had saved the House of Aries. This half-understanding made them even more curious. Hence, the spies of the House of Aries, who had been bribed in 2 prefectures, 1 city and 1 island, began to investigate everywhere. They wanted to get to the bottom of what had happened that day. Otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable if they were hung up on one thing. However, under the second gag order from the House of Aries, they did not manage to obtain any concrete information. This was even more incredible. The various powers hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but now that the House of Aries had issued a few gag orders, they understood this matter so well that not a single hint of it leaked out. No one would believe that there was no secret hidden in this. Therefore, the entire House of Aries appeared calm on the surface, but under the surface, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. Although the gag order had been issued twice, it was obvious that there were still people who dared to go against the rules of the House of Aries and whisper to each other. For example, Yi Jian had the guts to do so. Yi Jian had always been a snobbish person. When he was young, his talent was average and he was suppressed by Yi Dao for decades. However, he had always endured. That time Yi Dao stubbornly went to the god-slaying mountain. He thought it was an opportunity, so he made a decisive move. In the end he won and Yi Dao died. Under his careful management, the first branch controlled the Yi family and the south of the House of Aries. However, 6 years ago, Yi Dao's son suddenly became extremely powerful. During the battle in the Garden of Enchantment, Yi Tianlong was lured out. In the end, Yi Qinghuang was crippled and he was imprisoned. The second branch once again suppressed the first branch. He did not give up and continued to endure. In the back mountain, because there were no mundane matters to deal with, he had plenty of time. Coupled with his stubborn personality, he was lucky enough to break through to the Saint Realm and return. However, He thought he could revive the first branch, regain power, and restore his former glory and dignity. However, he realized that the sky in Song City seemed to have changed. Yi Qinghan became the young clan head, and his position was firmly above him. Furthermore, the family did not confer him the position of heavenly elder, and he did not even have the position of an elder with actual power. Furthermore, his son did not have a soul seed planted in him. Alright, continue to endure. That day, when that black-robed man appeared and instantly killed a group of peak sages, and he confirmed the identity of that black-robed man from Yichang, he knew that he could not endure anymore. He decided to make a move. Are you sure that Tu Qianjun died in the barbaric mountains? In the study, Yi Jian carefully released his sage domain. At the same time, he carefully communicated with Yi Qinghuang via voice transmission. Through the information he had gathered over the past few days, he felt that he was about to touch the core of this secret. Father, this is the biggest matter before the divine city's foreign races descended. Furthermore, the god-slaying guards even gave a condition. Whoever finds the murderer must immediately remove the soul seed in his body. How can I remember such a big matter wrongly? Yi Qinghuang had just returned to the Yi family castle when he was summoned by Yi Jian. He thought that something big had happened. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian asked about something that he had reported to Yi Jian previously. After hearing Yi Qinghuang's confirmation, Yi Jian was silent for a long time. His expression kept changing and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. After combining all the information, he had a general understanding of the matter. He started to hesitate and paced back and forth. Just like how he had decided to sell Yi Dao's information to the demon race more than 10 years ago. This was a gamble, but the risks and benefits were equal. You guys are pushing me too far. Don't blame me. Anyway, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After being silent for an hour, Yi Jian finally revealed a ruthless expression and muttered to himself. Then he turned his head and transmitted a voice transmission to Yi Qinghuang, who was at a loss. I will arrange for you to leave Song City in a few days. After that, you will make a secret trip to the Divine City. Why would I go to the Divine City? Yi Qinghuang was shocked. He couldn't avoid that place in time, so how would he dare to go alone? After all, a soul slave might be killed if he went to the Divine City without permission. Fool you, go see the god-slaying guards and tell them about Tu Qianjuan's murderer. Ask them to remove the soul seed for you. Then help me pass on a few words. Yi Jian stood up and started to transmit a voice transmission to Yi Qinghuang in detail. After listening, Yi Qinghuang was instantly filled with excitement. His father's plan was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, after a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, Lord Father, this plan is good, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will implicate the Yi family. If the Yi family is destroyed, we won't be able to escape death as well. Fool, how long do you think you can hide this matter? Anyway, you will find out in the end. I might as well let you remove the soul seed. Yi Jian was very dissatisfied with his son's intelligence and scolded him. With a gloomy expression, he continued, In a few days, when you are about to reach the Divine City, I will meet the elder ancestor and tell him the truth. I will banish Yi Qinghan from the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family will be destroyed in his hands. Yes. Lord Father is still smart. In a few days I will secretly go to the Divine City. Yi Qinghan, you're dead this time. Yi Qinghuang suddenly wanted to laugh out loud. However, when he opened his mouth, he felt that it was not the right time to laugh. Looking at Yi Jian's cold gaze, he hurriedly touched his nose in embarrassment and prepared to leave. Remember, keep it a secret. After you deliver the letter, don't come back for a while. After a period of time, I will send your 2 younger brothers away. If the Yi family is really destroyed because of Yi Qinghan, at least there will be some seeds left. Yi Jian waved his hand and let Yi Qinghuang leave. However, he stared blankly out of the window. More than 10 years ago he had made a bet and he won in the end. This time he didn't know what the final outcome would be. Perhaps he would live, perhaps he would die. Perhaps he would be rich and powerful. Perhaps his soul would be sent to the Western Paradise. He didn't care anymore because he thought that he couldn't endure this kind of life anymore. Chapter 383. A few days later, a special carriage arrived at Black Tortoise City, a large city to the east of the House of Aries. Black Tortoise City was one of the 100 major cities of the House of Aries. It was one of the affiliated cities of the Hua family and was not far from Luohua City. The city was jointly managed by 3 famous families of the House of Aries. As the House of Aries had not been very peaceful recently, the city gates were filled with guards who were there to inspect the city. Stop the carriage and inspect. Sima Xianxia was a disciple of the Sima family, one of the three major families of Black Tortoise City. Today it was his turn to guard the city gates. Suddenly, he noticed that a carriage was heading straight into the city, with no intention of stopping. Furthermore, he noticed that the carriage was unusually luxurious, but there was no sign of a major family on it. Sima Xianxia smirked and realized that this was his chance to make a fortune. He hurriedly stood up and led his men to surround the carriage. "My lords, I am from the Big Bird Carriage Company. The young master in the carriage is our boss's esteemed guest. Please do not inspect him." The coachman was an old man. He seemed to be a frequent traveler and knew the rules. He extended his hand and handed over a small bag of crystal coins. He said with a smile, "My apologies, the rules have been a little strict recently, so I have to inspect him." Sima Xianxia glanced at the small bag of crystal coins and his expression became even more serious. However, his hands did not move an inch. The invasion of the mutated tribes had caused them a lot of trouble for a long time. It was not easy for them to meet such a troublemaker, and they wanted to dismiss him with just this? Whoosh. The old coachman wanted to say something else, but just as Sima Xianxia was about to pretend to open the curtains to inspect the carriage, a purple unknown object suddenly flew out from the carriage and headed straight for Sima Xianxia's head. Sima Xianxia was shocked. Fortunately, the speed of the hidden weapon was not fast. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and quickly grabbed at the purple hidden weapon. Finally, just as the hidden weapon was about to reach his head, he successfully clamped it between his two fingers. Beautiful. Good. Lord Jia, you have actually cultivated the chasing stars and moon technique to such a superb level? Impressive, impressive. Sima's business showed off a little, and the team members beside him all cheered and flattered him. Sima Xianxia raised his head slightly proudly, as if he was very satisfied with his reaction just now. Originally, he wanted to throw away the hidden weapon in his hand, but he saw the familiar purple color on his finger and the familiar pattern engraved on it. After rolling his eyes a few times, his expression suddenly changed. He furiously waved his sleeve and put the purple crystal coin in his hand into his sleeve without leaving a trace. He then looked coldly at the carriage and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" "Shoo." Another purple concealed weapon shot straight towards Sima Xianxia's head. Seeing this, Sima Xianxia's eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and grabbed the hidden weapon with one hand, then put it back into his sleeve. His expression became even more furious as he shouted coldly, "Your hidden weapon skills don't seem to be very good. Today, if you can defeat me with hidden weapons, I'll make an exception and let you enter the city." Swish swish swish. The people in the carriage didn't hold back and actually shot out countless purple hidden weapons, aiming for the vital parts of Sima Xianxia's body. Sima Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened, and his battle aura surged. This time he used both his hands at the same time, continuously flashing in the air and grabbing the purple hidden weapons one by one. He even bit one hidden weapon with his mouth. In the end, because there were too many hidden weapons, he was hit in the chest by one hidden weapon. He staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. "You win. Move aside, let them enter the city." Sima Xianxia didn't care about his pathetic appearance on the ground. He quickly put the purple hidden weapon in his chest into his sleeve, then shouted at the carriage with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to move aside. Young master, this person is too boring. I still want to continue smashing him." The carriage sped towards the city gate, leaving behind a silvery young woman's voice. "Sir Jia, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sir, why did you let them enter the city? You should have sent a signal to the clan to capture them." The moment the carriage entered the city, the group of guards hurriedly came over to support Sima Xianxia, their faces full of concern and anger. What do you know?" Sima Xianxia immediately stood up. He looked at the back of the carriage at the city gate and revealed a sinister smile. Then he reached into his sleeve with his left hand. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he opened his palm, revealing a dazzling purple light. It was more than 10 purple crystal coins. The dozen or so guards surrounding Sima Xianxia suddenly became dumbfounded when they saw the dazzling purple light. This was more than 1,000 crystal coins. It was enough to spend in the best brothel in Jianghu city for a year. Who was inside the carriage? They actually used purple crystal coins to smash people? Even the #1 young master of the east of the House of Aries would not dare to do such a thing. And it seemed that the woman just said that she hadn't smashed enough? The carriage traveled on a flat street. A young master was lazily reclining on a soft chair in the carriage. Sitting next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a pair of beautiful little hands, and she was pushing a fruit apart before splitting it into a small portion and sending it to the young man's mouth. "How is it? Little Peach Blossom, how did you feel when you smashed people with purple crystal coins? Was it very satisfying?" The young master opened his mouth and bit the fruit. At the same time, he quickly kissed the beautiful woman's beautiful little hand and said with a smile, It's not fun at all. I thought he would be able to last a few more times. I didn't expect him to be so fast. I haven't gotten addicted yet. This person's character is not that good." The woman called Little Peach Blossom rolled her eyes. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled coquettishly. "Haha, you are a lady from a prestigious family. You don't know how expensive rice is. Thinking back to when I was in Barbarian City, I went into the mountains to hunt magical beasts for a few dozen crystal coins. I almost died a few times. You have already spent more than 1,000 crystal coins and he still doesn't stop. In the end, you won't even have a single crystal coin left. Bad character? There are too few people with good character in this world. They often seem to be very loyal, but in fact they feel that their betrayal is not enough." The young master looked at the woman who was acting coquettishly and laughed. He pulled the woman to sit in his arms and started to grope her wantonly. That's right. These were Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing, who had left Song City for the Purple Island. After Yi Qinghan left the mountain behind the Yi family castle, he directly hired a luxurious carriage in Song City and rushed to the east. Because of the existence of the Carefree Ring, Yi Qinghan didn't ask Elder Lu to teleport them to the Purple Island directly. After all, Elder Lu's appearance and teleportation would be exposed. If he asked Elder Lu for help, it would be a request. He still had 2 chances to attack and he didn't want to waste them. Moreover, he had the Carefree Ring. He could ask Elder Lu to release a wisp of divine sense outside. As long as a god-level expert was investigating, he would know immediately. At that time he could directly open the door to the Carefree Pavilion and enter. The Carefree Pavilion was an independent parallel space refined by the Soul Emperor. As long as someone entered, the void door would disappear. Inside the Carefree Pavilion, even Lord Devour wouldn't be able to break the void to hurt him. Therefore Yi Qinghan decided to travel to the Purple Island slowly. After all, he didn't know when he would return. "Young master, we have arrived at the Black Warrior City's commercial street." After a while the carriage stopped abruptly. The old coachman called out in a soft voice. Yi Qinghan released Yu Qingqing unwillingly. He stretched his body and said with a smile, "Hee all right. I will bring Little Lotus and Little Rose out. Everyone, let's go for a stroll. We will buy half of the things in Black Warrior City, then we will go to the Purple Island and rebuild the Cold Heart Pavilion. This brother is not short of money."